Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten, the show where 5 DMs take on D&D's top gothic horror campaign. I am Dragnacarda, your host and DM, and a big thank you to everyone for continuing to tune in. Before we get started, I just wanted to shout over to Serena real quick for a quick pre-episode announcement. Serena, take it away.
Hello, guys. So as you might know if you watched last stream, we now have a subreddit specifically for Twice Bitten. It is reddit.com/r/twicebittenDND. We have episode lists and asset libraries and live episode discussion threads. So make sure you tune into the subreddit at some point during when you're watching for all of your crazy theories, or after to discuss all of those crazy theories once the episode has ended.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Serena, and don't want to hold off too long on getting the episode started. So with that, again, thank you everyone for joining us, and let's get started with Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. All right, welcome back everyone, and with that out of the way, let's get settled back right in. So, last we left off on Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten. Upon entering the forgotten land and village of Barovia, the PCs met Ismark and Irina, two native Barovians who provided them shelter and aid. The party agreed to help Ismark escort Irina to the fortified town of Vallaki, far from the shadow of Castle Ravenloft and its master, the immortal vampire Strahd von Zarovich. Together, the travelers made their way down the old Svalich road, encountering watchful eyes and ghastly sights as they passed between the dark trees of the Svalich woods. At a dark crossroads, however, the travelers were greeted by the black carriage of Strahd von Zarovich himself. He charmed and bit several members of the party, and when Metreon fired a crossbow bolt at him in an effort to protect Amity, he commanded his pack of direwolves to make the errant tiefling bleed. Together, the travelers fled west down the road as the pack advanced. Metreon concealed himself up a tree as the others scattered amidst the trees, a lurking wolf catching wind of Metreon's presence as he descended the tree, and the pack pursuing him through the woods, howling as the party fled. Finally, Metreon managed to hide away, stowing himself in a dark hollow as the pack vanished into the trees of the woods beyond. Bleeding, exhausted, and with patience worn thin, the travelers limped their way through the woods westward, arriving at Vallaki soon after dusk. There, they learned of an upcoming event, the Festival of the Blazing Sun, and despite facing suspicion at the gates, gained access to the town beyond. They found their way to the Blue Water Inn, a warm and welcoming local tavern owned by Erwin and Danica Martikov. As Lillison explored the town, the others enjoyed food, stories, and wine, retiring to the sanctuary of their rooms for the first time in a long time. The following morning, however, a knock came upon the door, revealing Erwin Martikov, waiting on the balcony beyond. And so, that is where we pick up today. The group of you see Erwin Mardukov standing there at the door, his words echoing in the dark corridor, his muffled voice as he glances toward you. Well, with that, I would like to ensure that you're aware of a few things. Do you mind if I come in?
No, that's fine. Not all of us are here, though. Should we get the others?
That may be for the best. He kind of looks around and takes a step. I don't wish to bother them. Would one of you like to let them know? I know that your friends were in the other rooms.
Kiva looks a little nervous. She sort of feels the apprehension from the rest of the group, so she looks at Erthrindir and says, do you mind going to get them?
Oh, yeah, that's no problem at all. Give me a second. And he will stumble out to their room, consider knocking quietly, and instead settles for a loud one.
Alright, is this Ismark and Irina's room or Metrion's room?
Metrion.
Alright, Metrion, you hear a loud knock at the door.
Oh, fuck me. Who is it?
Hey, Erthendir. Innkeeper wants to talk to us. Says it's important.
Oh, fuck. And Metrion lifts his head off the pillow and groggily notices that he forgot to wash his makeup last night, so his pillow is just smeared in black and tan paint. Looks around. Does he see Lillison?
Yes, at some point, Lillison came back from where she had been hanging around the church last night, crept into the room, saw Metrion just passed out, and kind of, instead of going into the other bed, kind of just set up in a corner on the floor.
As a quick clarification, was Lillison rooming with Metrion, or was Metrion just rooming by himself? Because
Metrion gave her an extra key.
Gotcha. All good.
Yeah, just it's not urgent, but get out of here.
Yeah. Just give us a couple. Yeah.
Gotcha. And he will tromp back and knock on Ismark and Irina's.
There's a moment, and then you hear a slightly sleepy voice say, 1 minute. A pause. Footsteps. And then groggy Irina opens the door, straightening up a bit and kind of pulling a few errant strands of hair out of her eyes as she sees you. Oh, good morning.
Hey.
Is something...
Yeah, sorry, I know it's too early. Innkeeper wants to talk to all of us. Says it's important. So if you could come to our room in the next few minutes, that would be much obliged.
Oh, of course. She glances over and you can see Ismark, lying prone and just sprawled, one hand off of the bed as he blinks and kind of squints at you from his place. He quickly scrambles up, hugging the pillow to his chest, and then pushes it aside. Irina rolls her eyes. We'll be right over.
Yeah, gladly. Wow. Erthrindir kind of makes the see no evil gesture with his hands and then heads back to the room. They're coming.
DM, did we all get a long rest?
You all did, yes. All right, is Erthrindir returning to the room?
Yep.
All right, Metron, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, no. So while that was going on, Metrion, noticing Lillison in the corner, from the bed, he will shout at her, Oi! Oi! When'd you get in?
Late last night.
Metrion's gonna scour for the bucket of water and start to dunk his face in and drink some of it even. I think I'm still a little drunk. What did you end up doing?
Should I clear up for a moment then?
No, it's fine. What did you end up doing last night?
Just walked around outside, found where the church is. There's a toy store as well. I just getting the lay of the land.
Why didn't you just sleep in a bed?
That is... Metrion, that is a very good question.
I would hope it. I would hope it commands a very well answer. At least a decent one.
I was tired.
Metrion's brow raises a bit, perplexed and a little suspicious, but he'll look around. He'll see that his inkwell and quill are on the nightstand beside him, so he'll just kind of scoop it into his bag. And he's going to spend the rest of the time just painting his face and his hair and get ready to go meet the others.
All right, while this is taking place, Erwin nods to Erthrindir as he rejoins them, kind of shuffles a bit, looking a bit uncomfortable, then turns to the others of you. I believe this is Amity, Erthrindir, and Kiva in the room with him, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Gotcha. He nods and offers a small smile. So, well, while we're waiting for them, if you don't mind my asking, I hope that your arrival in Vallaki thus far has been a pleasant one.
Much more pleasant than the journey here, I would say.
I'll second that. It's been a positive island of serenity compared to the road.
Ah, yes, it's unfortunate. It's quite dangerous to be out in the trees, at all times of year. I hope you didn't encounter any of the beasts of the woods. They can be quite courageous in attacking travelers.
We met a few wolves, but we evaded them.
Well, so much the best for you. You don't look to have come out, if I may say so, you don't seem to have come out too much worse for wear, so hopefully a good night's sleep did you well. It's unfortunate. We've had a number of our local hunters and trappers do what they can to kill dozens of the wolves, but they just keep coming. The woods seem to be infested with them. Dire wolves as well. It's quite unfortunate.
Yeah, no, it's odd for a predator species to take up this much space in the ecosystem. Like, either means somebody's breeding them deliberately, or you've got to surf it at prey, or... But yeah, that's unfortunate, I'm sorry.
He nods, looking thoughtful for a moment, and then shakes his head, as if he's discarded whatever thought he was about to say. Well, regardless, I am glad to hear that you have found a pleasant time in Vallaki, and hopefully Blue Water Inn as well. I know that my wife is very pleased to have you as guests as well.
Oh, your family's been lovely. Better than most of the inns I've stayed in. This has been... Thank you.
Of course, we don't often get outsiders coming. The most we get is, occasionally some of our local hunters come by for a drink. On very rare occasions, we'll have other visitors, but outlanders are quite rare occasions.
Have you ever had them, then, other than us?
Oh, yes, from time to time, certainly. One of our other guests, Rictavio, you might have encountered him at some point, or you might do so shortly. He is quite a prolific storyteller in the tap room at times. Very colorful man.
And he's from outside the mists?
From what I understand, yes, he came here with his carnival wagon. He's a very, like I said, a very colorful individual.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Good to know. Thank you. All right. Yeah, all right.
While Metrion is still fussing with his morning preparations, Lillison kind of rolls out of her bedroll, takes a look at him, and then just leaves the room and goes into the room where everybody else is.
As you do, you see Irina and Ismark making their way out of their bedroom. Ismark offers you a bleary and slightly groggy nod. Good morning. It looks like we're meeting up together.
Yes.
Whoa.
Looks like everybody else is here already, except for Metrion, who might be a few minutes.
All right, okay. All right, let's see how the others are doing then. And he glances to the side and catches a glimpse of Erwin in the doorway, and his eyebrows furrow when you see him wake up a little bit. He shoots Irina a glance and then makes his way into the room alongside you. Erwin giving a nod and stepping aside to make room. Good morning to you as well. Thank you again. I do apologize for the rather early notification. Truth be told, I would rather not be up this early myself, but I thought it prudent. Was your friend planning to join as well?
Yes, he'll just be a moment.
And I'd say by then he's finished painting and grooming himself and getting everything together, and he'll very slowly stumble towards the same room.
Gotcha. He gives you a nod. Welcome, welcome.
Not too loud, not too loud.
I apologize, but perhaps for the best, then. I don't expect us to make our conversation overly loud. He turns to Lillison. My dear, if you wouldn't mind shutting the door behind you.
Lillison edges towards the door, shuts it behind her back, and then stays near it, trying to, once again, stay as far away from everybody else as possible.
It's a bit difficult in the enclosed space. A 4-bedroom suite is not necessarily sufficient for 8 people standing amidst it, but you do what you can to space yourself out. As you do... Yes?
Oh no, I was just going to say Metreon sits on the bed next to Kiva.
All right. Erwin takes in a deep breath and then exhales. So, I do believe that I've had the good fortune to see all of you at this point. In case you've... just in case as a reminder, I know that last night had enjoyable festivities. My name is Erwin Martikov. You've met my wife Danica, and, well, again, I would like to reiterate that it is a pleasure to have you all in our inn. With that said, I did mention that it is a rare occasion that we have Outlanders in Vallaki. And to that end, I thought it perhaps of a better nature should I provide you with some forewarning of what to expect. I don't suppose that you've heard of the an event known as the Festival of the Blazing Sun.
It was mentioned to us.
Very good, of course. The Festival of the Blazing Sun is, well, where to begin? One might say that Vallaki has a history, a rich tradition of festivals amidst the town. It is, in fact, nearly a weekly occasion, such that a new festival is proposed and run for the enjoyment of the townsfolk. They are, of course, directed and arranged by our dear burgomaster. If you've not heard of him, his name is Baron Vargas Volokovich. He holds these festivals in quite high esteem. It is quite often believed that, well, I'm not entirely certain how familiar you are with the lay of the land beyond Vallaki's walls, but there are some who believe that these festivities do much to keep the creature known as the devil at bay.
Earthrendeer snorts and then tries to cover it up with a cough.
Erwin flashes you a look, a bit of concern passing across his eyes. I cannot comment as to how sympathetic I am to your response, but I must say that this is precisely why I thought it necessary to alert you. As I mentioned, the Baron takes these festivities quite seriously. Those who speak ill of them, especially if they do so within earshot of one who may convey that information or the Baron himself, well, suffice it to say that the Baron does not view such individuals kindly and may question their loyalties.
So it's like a party town.
One, and he kind of looks conflicted for a moment, one could say that. I will leave it to you. I certainly hope that you enjoy the festivities. But should you not, I would encourage you not to share your discontent overly wide.
What sort of punishments are there for disparaging these festivals?
Well, similarly to the commission of other crimes, some individuals may be placed in the stocks in the town square. Others have been known to be taken to the mansion of the Baron. It is said that there is a process for purging the evil that the Baron believes to lurk within them.
Oh, so he's one of those men. Got it.
One might say. He, as I mentioned, he takes these festivities and the protection that he believes keeps the devil away quite seriously. And I would caution you that, well, I have known, suffice it to say that I have known Outlanders to at times be brash or perhaps even arrogant in their belief that defiance of local norms is within one's grasp. Those that have visited villages such as Barovia or Kresk might believe that they can achieve more leeway by virtue of the weapons they carry. And he gives a lingering look to the weapon hanging from Kiva's belt.
So should I not be carrying this weapon, or?
It is no crime in Vallaki to bear a weapon. Although, of course, I need not warn you that Vallaki is a law-abiding town and ordinary rules against criminal acts do bear in place. But the burgomaster's right-hand man is a rather singular force for the enforcement of his laws, and I would encourage you not to take liberties, believing that as Outlanders these rules may not apply to you.
What do you mean, right-hand man?
Suffice it to say that he can be a dangerous individual when he pleases, and that he has a history of not shying away from violence done in the Baron's name.
Does he have
He has
a name?
certain... Yes, Ezek Strahd, a man of singular emotional persuasion that makes him quite well suited to his career choice, as well as certain unique attributes that he possesses.
What do you mean unique?
Should you encounter him, not that I suggest that you do, you may come to notice a unique condition that one of his arms possesses. It allows him a certain, perhaps arcane ability. Not that I know that him to be a mage, but suffice it to say that on occasion, those that have defied the burgomaster and raised arms against him have been known to wind up with exceptionally severe burns beneath Ezek's hands.
These rebellions, or I suppose these instances that prompt discipline, are they common?
No, I should hope not. On occasion, as I mentioned, we have Outlanders who may be, too big for their britches, perhaps, but most of the time, there is little discontent, aside from a few isolated incidents. And as mentioned, most of the time those are settled by the stocks or the Baron's personal means.
How long has he been in power?
Goodness, it's been quite a number of years. His father before him ruled as burgomaster and baron, and the Vallaki family has ruled over Vallaki for quite a number of generations. Their ancestors have ruled the town for, well, since as far back as memory can go.
So before the devil even took over, then?
That I cannot say. There is precious little memory that pierces past the veil of even the most recent century. Beyond that, I can say little.
So, not to be rude, but you have a tendency to sort of beat around the bush. So quite directly, what should we not be doing? What should we be avoiding? Other than disparaging the festival, it seems like the rule of law isn't really something that applies to most citizens in a traditional way.
Well, I should hesitate to say that, and I apologize. My wife tells me I can be a bit too indirect sometimes. Precisely what I wish to impart. Attend the festivities if it is requested of you, as it may have already been. Treat them as you would respectfully of any other similar event, and do not disparage them. Certainly not in earshot of other citizens or of the Baron or his servants. Do not irritate or antagonize Ezek should you encounter him, and I assure you, you will recognize him by his arm, should you do. And should you encounter him, be careful.
I assume that the usual other laws also apply. Do not antagonize the town guards, do not steal or murder. Is there a stricture against magic use in this town?
Not that I am aware. I believe that, obviously the use of arcane spells, and at the sound of that, he actually gives you a briefly thoughtful look, as if weighing you by virtue of the question you asked. So long as your spell work, should any of you see fit and be capable of practicing it, does not harm other citizens of the town. I don't believe that there are any specific statutes preventing it, but of course, I'm sure that should any of you come from larger settlements and cities beyond the mists, you may be more used to a very strict formal code of justice, while your expectations are likely helpful in predicting what may occur. I would caution you against believing that one can skirt the letter of the law while violating its spirit.
Wait. Oh. You said something about, was it Ezek's arm?
Yes.
But how are we supposed to know? What is it missing? Is it prosthetic? Is it shorter? Is it longer?
It is... He kind of looks stricken for a moment. It bears certain fiendish elements. Claws and a reddish tone, spines along it. It can be quite intimidating, a fact that I am sure he finds useful in his line of work.
Is he a tiefling?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with the term.
Oh, pardon me.
He is an ordinary man, save for his quite impressive strength and, as mentioned, the arm.
Is it one of these things that should not be spoken of too loudly in front of town officials?
Perhaps. If I were to summarize my advice, it would be careful of whom you speak in front of. Be wary of antagonizing or causing malcontent. And, should you find trouble, I would let you know that good folk in the practice of discretion can always find shelter at the Blue Water Inn, if need be. He gives each of you a long, searching look.
So the city has eyes and ears on it. Well, got it. We'll be discreet.
Yes, thank you very much for your words of caution. We certainly do not wish to find any trouble here.
He nods. Of course. And he offers you a small smile. As mentioned, again, my wife and I are more than glad to be hosting you, and should you have any questions about anything within the town or beyond, whatever limited knowledge we might have, we are always glad to do what we can to assist our guests and patrons.
Off topic. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Then, do you happen to know where Rick Tavio is right now? Is he awake? I'd like to get to know him.
Well, I'm afraid that I'm not quite at liberty to disclose the goings-ons and ins and outs of our other guests. There are certain matters of decorum and privacy that I'm sure you would understand.
Right.
But,
If he's not downstairs, then you don't have to know. Yeah.
but of course, if he is in the tap room on occasion, he does come and go as he pleases. If you're able to catch him, as mentioned, he is a very social, colorful individual. I'm sure he would be glad to speak with you about anything you might desire, especially since you seem to be of a similar trait.
Okay, good. Excellent.
Great. And if I don't happen to see him, could you give him a message? Just
Of
saying,
course.
like, I'm in this room. Yeah. Great. Awesome.
Is there anything beyond that that I should let him know, or?
I don't think so.
Very good. I will make sure to let him know should I encounter him. If there's nothing else, I'm afraid my wife is downstairs waiting for me to assist with some of the preparation for the day. But if that is all, then I wish you the best. I hope you have a wonderful time exploring.
Oh, wait.
Yes.
Breakfast. Is that a part of the thing?
I am afraid not. The kitchen is closed until noon. We can see what we can do to provide you with some simple items, some fruits perhaps, some minor things out of the larder, but we don't offer a formal sit-down, I'm afraid.
Well, where can I get something greasy?
That's, unfortunately, I'm not entirely certain. Again, if you come back afternoon, I could see what I could do to prepare a steak or something. We could put up some stew. Apologies. We do our best to make sure everything's prepared, but you've caught us a little bit off guard at the moment.
Sure. Could we just fill this up and we'll be on our way? And he shakes his wineskin at him.
Yeah, but of course, I'd be more than glad to take that for you. If you'd like, I could certainly take it now and fill it up downstairs, and if you'd like to stop by the bar on your way out, I'll make sure that it's handed off to you.
Sounds perfect.
Of course. Do you have any preference between the Purple Grape Mash and the Red Dragon Crush? I believe you sampled both of them last night.
I did, and I don't remember which one was better, so maybe a mix of the two, I don't know. Surprised me. House's choice.
He gives you a slow look and then a nod, slightly confused but amused.
I'm sure
smile
you'll
on
take
his
care
face.
of me, it's fine.
Of course. And forgive me, just to ensure I had your names correct. It was Metreon, yes?
Now recording.
Yes, it was.
Excellent. And beyond that, I'm sure I'll see the rest of you throughout the area. And as mentioned, should you wish to find me, you know where to do so. He offers a slight bow and makes his way back toward the door of the room.
Well, this is a situation.
Metreon looks over at what Erwin's gone, right?
You see Erwin open the door and quietly close it behind him.
Okay.
And you hear his footsteps slowly recede until they're gone.
Yeah. When he leaves, Metreon looks over. Does he notice any change or any like not change in Kiva and Amity?
Is there something in particular you're looking for?
He wants to know if they're still under Strahd's influence.
Looking at them, I mean, you've not seen that there appears to be a clear physical indication.
Kiva,
Yes?
you feeling all right?
Fine, I suppose. Much more rested than I have been in the past few days.
You're not feeling any kind of way about Strahd?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean.
Okay. Good to know.
Are you feeling some kind of way about Strahd?
No, nothing I can talk about in front of you now. And he gives you this really awkward grin.
Okay, if that changes, I'm here for you.
Metron looks over at Lillison and gives her like the same awkward grin, but his eye expression changes from trying to be cordial to just kind of what the fuck panic.
Lillison sort of quirks a brow and nods imperceptibly.
Was there anything that we needed to do? Do we need to get you anywhere, Arena?
She kind of glances. I mean, there wasn't anywhere in particular. I mean, I was thinking of looking around, and this is Mark coughs. About that, I don't know if that might be a good idea, at least for today, given what we just heard.
Oh, I did find the church last night if we wanted to speak with whoever runs it there.
I think it's also probably a good idea for one of us, maybe one of our more entertaining friends, to talk to Rictavio and see. I mean, if he managed to get in here from out of the mists, he might know how to get out, right?
Yeah, that was my thought. We need to locate as many outsiders as we can, because they've evidently figured out how to survive here. So we need to know how.
And for how long?
That too. There's got to be somebody who's around. Like, everyone who's wandered in here can't just have been in that graveyard back in Barovia, Lil Barovia.
Maybe we should also see if there's a mercantile here that isn't as, no offense as Mark, much of a huge dick.
About that, what are we doing about money? Because I've only got what I packed in, which is, at the moment, 1 gold, 2 silver, and an indeterminate amount that I paid Metreon last night when I was very drunk.
I should think that if there's some place in this entire country where somebody might want some laborers for hire, it would be somewhere in this town.
Point, but from what it's sounding like, I worry about getting bound up and that sort of thing. I suppose it's inevitable, but are we really safe here?
I mean, I think we are. I mean, it's got high walls. Clearly, the wolves ain't getting in. Authoritative dictatorship and whatnot. Notwithstanding. We'll keep our heads down.
Dictatorship that doesn't like any of us much for.
Well, maybe if we go about it through, like, proper channels, if we talk to the guards about labor opportunities and we let them know that, like, we're trying to do this all above board, that maybe they will help us out with that.
Oh, no.
No? Okay, never mind.
I'm sorry. Earthendeer looks embarrassed. Look, place like this, where they've already shown hostility to us, the last thing you want to do is advertise exactly what you're doing to the ruling power. You survive by keeping your head down, not by going through official channels. Because official channels don't like us much, it appears, for kind of existing.
So I think today should be a scavenging day then, at least scavenging information. We can see people that we can maybe trust to do labor for. We can research the church, look into mercantiles, just sort of get a lay of the land then and decide what we're doing maybe tomorrow.
That seems sensible to me.
Maybe find a pawn shop.
Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, we have stuff from the house. Maybe we can get rid of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I could probably pawn the bow. I don't need it that much.
I know I have some kitchen supplies that I could maybe get rid of.
Metron tucks his hands in between his thighs.
I can probably perform a little bit like I did last night. Maybe I can find some paper, like some kind of printing press type place. I think that's a little bit more cushy than what you're talking about, though.
What if you work with
worth a
Rictavio?
shot.
Maybe he can share some of the profits that he gets.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Well, I guess that's laid out then. And
Do we divide and conquer, or do we...
I say we stick together. I mean, not everybody, but I'd say nobody goes anywhere alone.
Lillison looks rather uncomfortable at this.
New town, we don't know how the townsfolk are going to react to us. We don't want to get caught somewhere nasty. Not without someone to bail us out.
I already had an amble around last night. Nobody paid particular attention to me.
Well, yeah, but you look the most human out of any of us.
I'll beg your pardon.
Without the makeup, Metreon, you solidly win that.
Thank you.
Well, I at least am happy not going somewhere alone.
Yeah, I'd rather we maybe just, like you said, stick together for at least today. And, if we don't get hassled too much, maybe it'll be safe to go the Lillison route and kind of go off on our own.
Yep. It's good to know that here is safe, at least. Or at least the barkeeper's not going to sell us out.
As far as we know.
He could have saved a lot of time by not giving us that lecture and letting us get into trouble ourselves.
He may not sell us out yet, but if, something puts pressure on him, I think Kiva's point is a good one. We got to keep our distance with people until we can thoroughly vet them.
Can we thoroughly vet anybody here? The
Probably not,
leader of the country's shown he has mind control.
Kiva raises her eyebrows a little bit. Wait, what?
All we can do is to try to offend as few people as possible.
That works.
I could do that.
Sounds good.
All right, let's get some breakfast. Or, oh god, it's just going to be hardtack. Not again.
Yeah, no, we need to go find someplace with at least some eggs or something.
I think we're sitting on it. It's 5 a.m. I doubt anywhere but a tavern's going to be open.
Yeah, bollocks. Give me some of that hardtack then.
My head kind of hurts, so maybe we could just go back to sleep.
Yeah, that works.
I'm not going back to sleep. I just put my face on.
I'll go downstairs.
Did you ever take it off?
Part of it came off on the pillow, which kind of figure out how to get rid of that pillowcase. What were we going to say, Kiva?
Warm water and vinegar does wonders.
Well, I tranced already, so I'm wide awake now. I'm going to go sit downstairs if anyone wants to join.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, I'm awake now anyway.
All right. Yeah, Marathondir will probably head downstairs with Kiva and Metreon.
All right. As you do, Ismark and Irene exchange a look. Ismark, you hear Ismark say, "Can I talk to you for a moment?" Irina raises an eyebrow and then scowls. "I think I know what you're going to talk to me about, but fine." And she stalks off to the room. He follows a bit sullenly, and the door shuts behind them.
As long as everyone else is awake, Amity will also follow people down to the tavern.
That's the spirit.
Lillison is going to go stand right outside Ismark and Irina's room and see what she can hear.
All right, make a perception check.
That is a 15 perception.
All right. Listening at the door, you hear the footsteps echo for a moment and then settle. You think you hear the sound of straw crunching as someone perhaps sits on one of the beds. Then you hear Irina say, I know what you're going to say, and I don't want to hear it. I think you're going to be unreasonable. Then Ismark responds, Irina, look, You heard what the innkeeper said. It's dangerous out there. There's a monstrous man out there. God, he could be violent. He could be a sociopath. And, we've seen already that the devil can roam in the day. We don't know that it's going to be safe. And Irina snaps back. Look, you told me it was going to be safe in the mansion. We're in Vallaki now. I thought the whole point of coming here was to be safe. We're here. There's no need for this hiding. No, look, Irina, it's... Just one day, please. I know you're impatient, I know you're frustrated, but... Just give me one day to scope out the town, see what's safe, see what's not. I want to make sure that this is a good place for you. Please. You hear a moment during which you think there might be a long sigh, and then... All right, fine. One day. But... I just had this weird feeling. All day, all night. There's a crunching of straw again, as if someone's repositioning on a bed. What is it? When he was with us yesterday, and the way she pronounces it, there's no ambiguity as to what she means. It was like I wasn't even there. He gave me one look and then he didn't even glance at me. Not that I'm upset by that. I don't know what this game is. You hear a louder sigh this time, and then, all right. One day. Let me know what you find, all right? Ismark responds a moment later. You got it, I promise. I don't want this any more than you do. I'll tell you everything. You hear the crunching of straw again and the sound of footsteps. Something mumbled under a voice. And then footsteps coming back toward the door.
Okay, Lillison is going to casually walk off.
All right, a moment later, you hear the door opens. You see Ismark poke his head out and make his way down the corridor. Is everyone down in the tap room?
Yep. Yeah. I'd also say that Metreon, out of just boredom and because they're awake, has pulled out the book that he found in Ismark's room and has just been thumbing through it.
And Amity's going to be like, Metreon, you're an expert in this, right? Do you know how to make your head stop hurting?
Hair of the dog, love. You just need to drink more. That you need some grease in you.
Amity sort of looks at Earthrendeer.
I honestly couldn't tell you. Elf biology works different. We get... they're not as bad. I mean, I wouldn't get drunk right now, but if you need it to stop your head from trying to implode on itself, then go for it.
It's not that bad. I think I'll just ride it out.
If you're sure. Wonder if there's an apothecary here. Get some willow bark or something. Right, money.
Amity, you ever been drunk before?
Of course.
Well, I don't presume anything.
No, sorry, that's fair. It's just, I feel like sometimes, like Kiva has said to me, "Oh, you pure little thing," and maybe it's just because she's an elf, but I think she thinks I'm like 10.
Nah, that's not because she's an elf. That's because she's still a mom at heart.
Kiva's sort of doodling in her journal, and she looks up at that and she says, I hope that my daughter would have been as polite and lovely as you, but no, I don't look at you as a child. I just look at you as kinder than all of us, and I want to try to cultivate that kindness as long as possible.
How dare you? I'm plenty kind.
All right. Well, you're kind in a different way then, love.
I'm just teasing. I could really use some breakfast now.
Couldn't we all?
Kiva sort of digs in her pack. I've got dry rations and some of that dried meat from Death House, but that's about it.
DM, does the dried meat look any different?
No, it looks edible.
If you
Metron
put
will.
the rations and put them on the hardtack, it's like eating a very bad sandwich, and it stops your palate from being quite as repulsed as it should be.
At least the meat might help fill your stomachs. Do you guys need some water as well?
Yeah, that'd be lovely.
Yeah, Metron will take the hardtack and meat from Kiva and make kind of like a little Lunchable sandwich.
Perfect. Kiva's going to go up to the bar area and just grab like a pitcher of water for the table.
All right, and while you're there, you see Danica step out. Good morning. I heard that your friend was looking for a refill, and she holds up the wineskin.
Kiva will take that and put it under her arm. What we need first is some water. We have a few headaches this morning.
Of course, not a problem. I'll just fetch some from the well. Give me a moment.
Thank you so
She
much.
steps back behind the counter.
Kiva hands Metreon the wineskin and just says, maybe wait to have like a glass of water first.
Oh, bless you, but I need something. This is so dry.
Ah, you bastard. She'll hand it over.
Yeah, he takes a swig. Oh, yeah. That's the trick.
If the hangover never actually ends, then you're probably going to be a bit worse off.
I mean, if it doesn't end, how can I be worse off?
Earthendeer just kind of like tries to compute the logic of that for a second.
Well, no, what I'm saying is a hangover is only momentary, but, I could get rid of it with just a bit more of it. So, just keep doing what I'm doing, and my head's going to be all right.
Then aren't you just perpetually hungover?
Not always. I mean, last night was a bit different. I mean, after everything we'd been through.
Oh, no, I'm not judging you for that. I don't drink much, but I needed that. Hope I didn't say anything I'd regret.
Wilson probably gets downstairs at approximately this time and just like looks at everybody.
I hope I didn't say anything. We didn't do anything last night. I mean, we.
Please, no.
Metreon, if you had gotten within 5 feet of me, I assure you, your makeup would not have survived the night.
Fair point. I just, it's a little hazy at the end there.
Lillison, what exactly were you implying with that statement?
I'm just saying, I know very well how to defend myself, and acid has a tendency to wash off most makeup.
No, sorry, I thought you were
that was not where
entirely.
my mind went. That was not.
That's on the two of you, not on me.
See, Amity, it's that kindness and sort of innocence that we're trying to protect, I think, because
she's trying to protect.
Okay, kindness, sure, but innocence, I'm not. I also got it. Okay.
Okay, no, I don't mean offense. I don't know. Sometimes I wish I was not as much of a deviant as it turns out I've turned out to be.
To deviance, and Metron raises his wineskin and takes a swig.
Kiva, if you think you're a deviant, you need to meet some of the people I knew in school, and he will follow Metreon's lead.
Maybe I don't then.
Clearly,
At
we
this
need
point,
to play more sleepover games.
At this point, you hear Danica approaching, and she sets a pitcher of water down on the table along with a few mugs, begins pouring out drinks for everyone.
Bless you, ma'am.
So
Of
wait.
course.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, didn't mean to get in your way.
No, not at all. I'll be doing some tidying up in the back, but do feel free to knock on the counter, and I'll be glad to do what I can to assist. And she gives another nod and makes her way back off and vanishes into the kitchen.
So what's more about these sleepover games, Amity?
Right, so it's things like the Never Have We Ever thing we played on the road. And the idea is that because it's like a game, people don't lie, right? It's everyone's having fun and, sort of embarrassing yourself. And there's an understanding that everything's going to stay within the room and not get out into public. And so it can get pretty juicy sometimes.
Littleton smirks.
Harder for some of us to lie. I wish I did. But yeah, no, I'm not opposed. It's nice. Kind of reminds me of better times.
Well, we probably do have some time before things start to open up, so what do you have in mind, Amity?
Oh geez, you're putting me on the spot here.
At this, you hear a few footsteps approaching, and you see Ismark, just not wearing his full armor, but a long sword strapped to his side. Sorry, I'm late. Were we deciding where everyone is going today?
They were deciding what sleepover game to play.
Hey, shush!
I was deciding where I should go to first in the town today.
Some of us have already decided, ma'am, and have ample free time to... He scowls and looks down into his mug.
Is the lady not joining us?
Ismark looks... It's not difficult to see that he looks a little bit stricken for a moment, a little conflicted. Then he sighs and offers a bit of a tired smile. We had to talk about it, and we both agreed that, given what we just heard, it might be best if she stays in the room for now, just for today. My plan is I was going to go out for a bit and get a sense of the lay of the land, ask a few folks around, see what people know, see if there's any rumors going on, just see what's going on and what one might want to be wary of. If the place is as safe as it is said, then, well, it will be welcome news to confirm.
Kiva sort of looks longingly at the staircase for a moment.
Yeah, we gotta make sure.
I guess. I feel like she'd be at least safe in a church, but...
One hopes.
Ismark gives you a long look. In certain churches. He coughs.
Fair point.
Speaking of that, I guess... Are we looking for money first, or are we going for information?
Well, most of you folks need money to buy things, so
yeah.
Maybe we try and get money, and then, we can tour the town, see the sights.
That works. I do. We need actual armor. Like, I left mine at home, and Metreon, you need some, and Kiva could use a better set, and Amity, do you want any?
I guess it could be useful. I'm sorry, I'm fixated on Metreon's phrasing back there.
What was that?
Most of us need money to buy things. Look, okay, I'm just gonna say, if you get arrested, I'm not going with you. I'm sorry, that was rude of me.
Well, I appreciate your vote of confidence, love.
Yeah, no, just could be that he brought more in than the rest of us.
Right, of course.
Well, job hunting, my favorite part of the day.
Oh, do you have plenty of experience with it?
Unfortunately, I wish I didn't. Turns out that
Do you have any
marketable skills? No. None that really sit outside academia. And I think the odds of me getting a university fellowship here are low.
Well, do you have any advice that you could give us?
Shoot for short term and then wrangle long term out of that. Like, every decent thing I've ever gotten was by offering to help for like an hour a day, whatever, and then just kind of weaseling my way into their confidence. It feels scummy, but goodness does it work.
Amity, this is your first lesson in living in a big city. Degrees like philosophy and archiving, pretty useless outside of academia.
And Lilson's head whips around, and she's like, Metreon, I didn't know that you were an academic yourself.
I'm more of a student of the world, you know?
You have a degree in street.
In a manner of speaking.
I can tell you don't take
hard not.
smuggling jobs in the Shadowfell. That's about all of the career advice I can give you.
Don't get kicked out
Here,
of your
Ismark,
university
like-
before you get a marketable degree.
You hear Ismark cough slightly at Kiva.
Is something funny?
No, it's just you all seem to have led such colorful lives. It is impressive. I've not heard of others doing much beyond the mist. So I suppose it must seem so small to you all here.
How big is it actually?
Do you mean Barovia?
I mean, there's like a loop of mist. We were told.
Well, the mists do extend around the entirety of the land, if that's what you were asking.
Yeah, how big is that?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I've not been to the borders. I know that to the north of the valley is bounded by Mount Beratok, to the south, Mount Gakis. I know that Kresk and the Wizard of Vines lie toward the borders to the west, and, well, we've come to the east.
Okay.
Beyond that, I'm not sure. I've not done much traveling, I'm afraid.
Well, we ought to get our hands on a map. Right. Money.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Hey, listen there, Ismark, you know, if you ever want a more colorful world, just let me know. I'll help you out with that, you know. I can make a mountain out of a molehill, and I can turn this place around, give you a different kind of experience here.
Thanks. Oh, then, like, slowly realization dawns in his face. Oh, right. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it. You're a storyteller like Amity, aren't you? That's why. Oh, I would love to hear some of your stories sometimes. That you know, more Irina than me. She always loved the stories growing up, but perhaps yes.
Yeah, I'd love to read you a bedtime story sometime. It'd be great.
Well, on that note, unfortunately, while I would love to hang around a bit longer, I would like to get the lay of the land as early as I can. So, if you'd like, I don't know what your intentions are beyond today. I know that some of you were interested in learning of things beyond Vallaki, potential for what might be beyond the mists or how to get there. I don't know that I can find anything. I can keep my eyes and ears open and let you know what I find when I come back.
That's more than good enough. Thank you.
Of course. He gives each of you a nod. Thank you again for everything. I'll see you back here tonight. And with that, he makes his way out of the table and exits the tap room onto the street.
So how are we partnering up today?
Well, we should probably go similar jobs or different skill sets. So,
Thievery
guess,
over here. I guess I can volunteer to look at thievery.
Well,
I'm kidding,
you
of
and
course.
Metreon, no.
I'm not going to actually steal anything.
I know.
Randy, did
I
you
meant
just
more like
call me a thief?
I may have implied it. Yes.
Interesting. What makes you say that?
Yeah, come on, Ethan. We've never seen him steal anything.
definitely does not have 20 to 30 crossbow bolts in his bag.
He kind of shrugs. I don't know. Just call it a feeling. That
Right.
may or may not be linked to the sudden appearance of several very beautiful bracelets that I do not recall you owning.
I mean, you can't steal from the dead.
Yes, you can. Admittedly, I think those people deserve to be stolen from what they did to those kids, but still.
He didn't steal those, he looted them. It's different.
They are the same thing. One's just got a jaunty connotation.
Yes, but there's a much better example at hand.
Yes?
Nothing. Just saying, it's a very good thing to be well armed, and having many more crossbow bolts is a good start towards our further survival in this land.
You lot confuse me greatly sometimes. Not in a bad way, just... He kind of shakes his head. Well, my apologies, Metreon.
The feeling's
You are
mutual.
a looter. No. You're a looter, not a thief, and I will adjust my diction accordingly.
Thank you.
Gladly. But yeah, all that to say, Kiva and Metreon, you two seem like you're the best at cities, so maybe me and Kiva, you and Amity?
Well, let's just stick together first. Let's find us a shop that we could maybe pawn some stuff at. Once we get some money, maybe then we could kind of move about. You could fix your clothes. You've got that mending, right?
Yeah.
Then, maybe buy some new spectacles if you need them. And then we can break off and figure out what we want to do for Bear.
Cheers. Good plan.
Right? Right.
Right.
Let's go.
All right, so who is going where? First?
I think we're all sticking
the
together.
We're looking for a store or pawn shop or some variety of such.
Welcome to Pawn Stars.
All right, I will say, for the sake of brevity, as you make your way out into the streets, you see a few people milling about, asking around. You're able to quickly learn that there is, in fact, a general store on the eastern side of town. You're able to obtain directions to the Arasek stockyard.
Ooh, splendid.
I'll also say, too, I think Metreon and Earthendeer were also looking for an armorer.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. For that, make an investigation check for me.
Got you.
Do you want it separate, or can one of us help, or...?
If you'd like to make it together, or one of you can do with advantage. Up to you.
I've got expertise, if you don't mind, Jack.
Yeah, go for it.
Got you. Alright, so with advantage. Okay, that's a 20.
All right. Asking around, you do find that there is a blacksmith in town, as well as a tanner. You get the sense that they're kind of more small-time businesses, more rural than, maybe the scope of what you might be used to or familiar with, but they might be able to be some assistance. You get some rudimentary directions.
Alright, well, at least they've got industry.
Fantastic. Let's unload some stuff and maybe then get us a new fit.
Works for me. To the stockyard.
All right. With that, you make your way away from the inn and out in the streets of Vallaki. Setting forth down the roads, you pass beneath the tattered garlands that hang from the eaves of the buildings around you. You see the town beginning to awaken, smoke beginning to billow up from the tops of the roofs and chimneys into the mist-filled air. In the distance, you can see great mountains sitting silently in the distance, their tops cloaked in mist and fog, and you could just faintly see overhead the thick cloud cover that has held over Barovia since you've arrived. You pass your way down the eastern branch of the central road, passing beyond the central intersection and continuing on between rows of townhouses and the occasional smaller shop. You pass by a number of wagons making their way through the muddy cobblestone roads, passing by a number of individuals that are slowly beginning to go about their day. You catch a few wary, suspicious looks, but nothing overtly hostile, thankfully. As you pass by, however, making your way past one set of alleys, and in the distance you can begin to see a landmark, a taller 3-story townhouse beginning to come into view. Erthrindir and Amity, you catch a flicker of movement in the corner of your eye. And as you glance aside to the road behind you, slowly making their way down the road, you slowly begin to realize that you recognize a person standing and slowly making their way down the road, perhaps a few dozen yards behind you. You saw her, you think you remember, first outside the Blue Water Inn. She is a stocky woman. She is wearing, drab gray clothing that's occasionally tattered in places. You can see that she has long, matted hair that hangs down over the back of her neck and shoulders. And you can see that she has a spear tied with strips of animal hides that is strapped to her left shoulder. And as soon as your eyes fall over her, she instantly swerves and appears to inspect studiously one of the windows of one of the closed shops beside the road.
Is she dressed similarly to most people here, or does she stand out?
She doesn't stand out as such. Most people here, she seems to be. The spear is a standout. You notice that most people don't seem to be carrying weapons. She doesn't look to be a member of the town guard either. She doesn't, stand out in a unique way, but you notice that you have seen her on a number of occasions, and she does seem to be following you.
Okay. Erthrindir is going to he's going to look over at Amity. You see her?
Is it another Vistani spy?
Yeah, those were brightly colored. This one's got a weird, maybe. God, I thought we were going to be safe. Alright.
DM, this isn't the same woman, who was the guard that we first encountered, right?
No, Erthrindir, you don't recognize this person, and actually, as you turn and watch, you see her slip a glance toward you, and as she catches Amity glancing toward her, she slips into the nearby alleyway, vanishing for a moment out of sight.
Splendid. Alright. Yeah, we're definitely traveling in groups now. Kind of looks at Metreon. We're being tailed.
Well, we just keep together. We go about our business, and if you see her again, point her out.
Gotcha.
Oh, what's going on?
We've got a tail.
Besides the ones that we have already.
Yes, of course. Do you think it's just somebody curious about so many non-humans?
If so, she's been curious for 2 days now.
What, you've seen her before?
2 days?
Last night, as we were getting into the inn. I just didn't make the connection, because, she was just a person.
Oh, sorry, a correction. You have not seen her previously. You saw
I
her
misunderstood.
as you were exiting the inn today.
Okay, yeah.
You have not seen her before now.
Nah, sorry, just today. But, yeah, you're right. But the spear kind of worries me.
Perhaps some sort of hunter? I suppose we should just wait and not immediately assume that this might be somebody hostile?
Well, no, just keep your eyes open. And yeah, Earthendeer's gonna keep going.
All right. You continue making your way across town, and as you do, you notice that once or twice you catch additional glimpses of the woman now watching you, following as she slowly skulks through the alleyways after you. Though the shadow falls over her form, you recognize her silhouette each time you see her. But slowly, despite the follower in your footsteps, you make your way forward and find yourselves at the end of the route at your destination. Arasek Stockyard. You can see that this large stockyard, just south of the main road toward the eastern gate where you first entered, seems to have several locked sheds along its periphery, and it lies adjacent to a roomy warehouse. A wooden sign above the front gate reads Arasek Stockyard. Parked at the south end of the stockyard, you can see a sturdy carnival wagon, its colorful paint peeling off. Faded lettering on its sides spells out the words Victavio's Carnival of Wonders. A heavy padlock secures the back door.
Metreon kind of elbows Amity.
Yeah, Amity points out the wagon. I'm gonna go check it out, and she's gonna investigate just to see, like, I don't know, is there anything interesting? Does it say, like, performance time and place?
So Amity's heading toward the wagon. What's everyone else doing?
Earthendeer's gonna probably head inside.
Metreon's gonna just follow her. Just keep an eye on her, and just make sure that everyone's he's not really worried about her so much as he's worried about everyone else in town.
Gotcha. Where was Earthendeer headed to clarify?
He's
You're
headed
already
in the stockyard.
You're in the stockyard.
Oh, sorry. Like, the store part, I guess?
I mean, there's not a store as such. You can see that there appears to be, a number of sheds and a large warehouse. I mean, you can see at the very opposite end of the stockyard, there appears to be what might be a shop of sorts, but the sign itself appears to have an odd shape to it. It doesn't quite look like a general store. You notice that there do seem to be a number of crates and boxes outside the entrance to the warehouse, though.
Alright, Pill head over to the vaguely shop-looking thing, then.
Gotcha. You slowly make your way over toward it. It's a uninviting shop, 2 stories tall, with a sign shaped like a coffin above the front door. All of the window shutters are closed up tight, and you can hear that nothing more than a deathly silence surrounds the establishment.
Well, that's not promising. Is the door open? Or if he
The door is closed.
I mean, if he turns the knob, is it unlocked?
It seems to be barred shut. The knob turns, but it doesn't actually open.
Great. He's going to knock. Excuse me. Are y'all... We heard this was the place for the general store?
We are closed! Go away!
Okay. When will you be open?
There's no response.
We have money that we would like to spend and valuable items that we would like to hand over in exchange for money.
Nothing but silence. And as you're doing that, Amity, you and Metreon together make your way over to the wagon sitting in the center of the stockyard toward the southern side. You take a step closer, glancing over it. You can see the peeling lettering of Rictavio's Carnival of Wonders, the colorful green and red paint that's kind of somewhat faded and stripped in places, the large wooden wagon wheels sitting in small puddles of mud that nestle around the underside of the carriage. And as you step forward, the wagon suddenly lurches, as though something big has thrown itself against the inside wall. You hear the
fuck is
cracking
that?
of wood, the scraping of metal, and the snarl of something inhuman. And upon closer inspection, you see that the sides of the wagon are spattered with dry blood. You also see an inscription on the wagon's door frame that reads, "I bring you from shadow into light."
Pet, we should probably get going.
Right. Amity walks away from the wagon, but starts ritual casting Speak with Animals.
All right. Well, that's happening. Aerthrindir, what are you doing? And or Kiva or Lillison?
Well, for the moment, Aerthrindir is staring at the door like it owes him money. And then he's going to stalk back over to the others. Do people not want cash? Like, they won't tell me when they're open, yelled at me. I don't get this town.
Did you get to surmise what kind of store it was?
No. By all intents and purposes, it could be a particularly extravagant warehouse. But it is a shop.
Okay, maybe we just keep trying until the next one. Kiva sort of looks back at Amity and Metreon. They probably won't be long, so we'll just keep walking once we're all together again.
It works.
At this point, you hear the sound of a creaking wood, and as you turn, you see one of the sheds opening. You see a woman emerge, somewhat squat, wearing black, occasionally graying hair, drab clothing. The sleeves are kind of cut short to her forearms, and you can see that there's a few bits of soot and sawdust across her cheeks. Oh, hello. You're looking for the stockyard, yeah?
Yep.
Oh. But don't know why you're hanging out here then.
We're actually looking for some sort of general store or goods store that we can sell some items and perhaps get some money.
Oh, aye. That makes a lot more sense. I was a bit confused. Saw you standing there, thought you might be looking for a coffin.
Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am.
It is not a problem. Here, come along. We're right in the warehouse over here.
Okay.
And you can see that she's carrying a small crate in her hands, just kind of awkwardly balancing across another one. And we'll make sure to get you settled.
Yeah.
Come along. And she just kind of methodically begins making her way across the stockyard toward the large warehouse.
That would explain it.
Wilson's going to try to hang back and see if she can get a glimpse of the woman who has been following them.
Make a perception check.
That is a 17 perception.
All right. It doesn't take you long to spot her. She appears to be lurking to the side of the stockyard, not quite entering, but you can see that she appears to be leaning against one of the houses adjacent to it and occasionally peering inside past the fencing.
Okay. With as small and subtle motions as possible, Lillison is going to cast message and just whisper in her mind, "What do you want?"
All right. There's a pause, and then there's no response. You feel the spell connect, but there's no response. But as you say that, you see the figure instantly stiffen and duck out of sight.
Lillison will shrug a little bit, keep watching for a moment, and then if nothing exciting happens, she's going to turn and follow the others.
All right. And as you all make your way together into the warehouse alongside this woman you've met, we are going to take a quick break.
Alrighty. Thank you.
We still haven't found eggs yet.
Maybe soon.
I just want a bacon, egg, and cheese, salt, pepper, ketchup. Is that too much to ask for in Barovia?
Yeah, we need Barovian Waffle House. God damn it.
I mean,
what
I heard
species.
there's this Burger Master franchise in town.
Oh, nice! I love
Yeah,
Burger Master.
Yeah,
They sound
same.
great.
Well, there's the Voctor House. Is that like a Waffle House? I'm gonna
my
show myself out for that one. All right, I'll see you guys after the break.
With
Bye.
that, on that
Bye.
note, Dragna.
Yep.
Take
all
us
right.
away before we can hurt
We-
anyone.
Yes, we will pick this back up after a 15-minute break. Until then, please enjoy a few other messages from our D&D community, including a short video produced by our very own Kaya, who plays Lillison on Twice Bitten. We will see you all back here very soon.
It is an incontrovertible fact of life that everyone has enemies. The only people who would say that they have no enemies are either the ones who are so unambitious and inoffensive that they've never merited an enemy, or those too unperceptive to realize that they have any. It is also a fact of life that sometimes you will encounter your enemies in contexts where you cannot simply kill them. Whether this be because of social expectations, or because you do not have the resources to dispose of them then and there, or perhaps because it would amuse you more to watch them continue to live and suffer, you are left with the quandary of how to interact with your enemy in such a way that you come out the other side none the worse. Here are some etiquette basics for treating with your enemies while maintaining your dignity and politesse, and perhaps open up possibilities for humiliating them in the future. First, go into the encounter mentally prepared. You cannot afford to think of this encounter as a simple social conversation. It is a battlefield or dueling ring, just as surely as if you were using blades and magic to fight. Second, use your wits and words wisely. Every statement you make is a statement about how much you know and what pieces of information you value. Every thrust you make invites a counter-thrust, and your aim should be to make jabs at obvious openings without creating too many openings in your own defenses. Third, make a strong opening sally to seize control of the battlefield and put your adversary on the defensive. The classic example of this would be casually mentioning some fact, desire, or plan that your enemy thought was secret from you. Congratulate them in a calm and friendly manner about a secret deal they have brokered to oppose you, and leave them wondering whether their ally has sold them out. Commiserate with them about how difficult it must be to hide their heritage or their powers, or something else they have been working to hide from their allies. The purpose of this opening salvo is to throw them into confusion by illustrating that you know more than they expect, and leaving them in fear and dread of how much more you might know. Ideally, this will also sow the seeds of distrust among your enemies if there are multiple of them in attendance. Fourth, do not rise to their bait. If they make any statements that surprise or shock you, conceal your emotions and proceed as if you had known it all along. Or, even better, express polite surprise in a condescending manner that signals that you know they clearly expected you to be surprised and you are merely humoring them so as to not disappoint them. Fifth, decide how to frustrate your enemy depending on what kind of enemy you are facing. If your enemy is a hot-blooded type who clearly thinks that the conversation should turn into a combat partway through, drive up their frustrations by remaining unfailingly polite and complimentary throughout the encounter. When they inevitably challenge you, That is when you bring out all the weight of civilization and social expectation. Express your deep disappointment that they are so lost to the way of violence that they cannot even fathom the idea of having a civilized conversation. However, if your enemy is a cold-blooded type who also knows how to maneuver social intricacies, you will need to play a rather deeper game. That is all the time I have for this brief introduction to enemy etiquette. Perhaps on some future occasion, I will be able to enlighten you on the finer points of verbal parrying and riposting, specifically with those enemies who are as socially capable as you. Until then, keep your temper leashed and your eyes and ears open. Winterstar guide you.
If you think your hometown has problems, you haven't spent nearly enough time in the village of Barovia.
Over the years, their taste for human flesh had only grown.
The vampire spawn,
The undead cult, the werewolf den.
I just think we can do a little better here.
Grab our shovels and we're going to add some depth to help you run your best
Curse of Strahd.
Strahd possible. You're welcome.
He flies into a fit of rage that is unparalleled.
There's child abuse galore through this thing. He's been nailed to the wall with very long iron spikes, and I imagine it's been a very uncomfortable time for him.
You see, in tracking a monster, one always needs proper bait.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. Before we get back to the stream, just a few quick announcements. Beginning with a shout out, as always, to our continuing sponsor for Virtual Tabletop for this campaign, Foundry VTT. Twy, what about you?
Well, as you lovely people know, we are a Twitch stream, and you can purchase these things called subscriptions on a Twitch stream, or attain them through a mechanism known as Amazon Prime. If you happen to have Amazon Prime or to have the spare money to support this Twitch stream, then we will be very happy to have it, as it all goes back to support making this the best stream as it can. Thank you very much, and with that, Serena?
All right. So, as you guys know, we now have a subreddit. It is reddit.com/r/twicebittendnd. We have an episode list and full asset library, live episode discussion threads for each episode we post. We will be posting future YouTube and podcast episodes, and we really want to encourage community discussion there. We love speculating, and I think I speak for myself. I love talking about Kiva. So if you guys have anything you want to talk about with us, you can post on the subreddit. We love to interact with y'all. As always, you can submit artwork, ads, and memes to our email, twicebittencos@gmail.com. And for those of you who are here a little bit earlier, the Deadpool is open every day until 12:59, so right before the stream. So after the stream is done, it'll be reopened. We will reset it next time the next PC dies, so keep watching carefully.
All right, thank you very much, Serena. And with that, that's all we've got this week. So thank you to everyone for sticking around during the break. And with that, let's dive right back in to Twice Bitten. So, a lot of you follow the woman that you encountered, aside from Amity, I believe, who was still outside. So Erthur, Dira, Lillison, and Kiva following into this larger warehouse that looks over the rest of the stockyard. Following the woman inside, you pass into a roomy front room that appears to be closed off from the rest of the space behind it. You can see that there appears to be a set of large double doors leading further into the warehouse. But in this front area, there seems to be a number of items hanging from the walls, bits of rope. You can see a few picks, some old lanterns hanging from perches, and a number of other items hanging from their places on hooks and shelves around what seems to be a large wooden counter, rather hastily constructed of bits of wood that have been pieced together into a separation dividing the front entryway of the warehouse from the space beyond. Kind of sitting there, idly drinking from a tankard, you see an older man in middle age, balding hair beginning to pull back into a shinier pate on the top of his skull, bits of wispy black hair tinged with white moving around the tops of his ears and around the back of his head. He appears to be wearing simple brown and gray clothes, simple tunic and vest, below that simple pants, again with some mud stains and signs of wear and tear upon them. He looks up. Oh, looks like we got customers, right? Welcome to Arisek Stockyard. My name's Gunther Arisek. What can I get you? The woman gives him a nod and goes to go move her crate to the side. You can hear her reach for a crowbar and begin prying it open.
Well, we actually have a few things that we're looking for, but we also were interested in perhaps selling some items to exchange for some money to purchase more things, if that's something you do here.
Right. Butter something I can look at. What you got for trade and what you looking for?
Erthrendir will unsling his longbow and place it on the counter. Here, fine elven make. It's as good as you get, and I guarantee, and still I've kept it, and it's practically as good as new for all the use it's gotten.
He inspects it and gives it a nod. Right. I could see my way to getting one of those. Maybe one of the locals might be interested.
Yeah, well, you've got wolf hunters and such. It makes sense.
Aye. What you looking for then?
Few things. He kind of pulls a piece of parchment out of his pocket, puts on his glasses, and squints at it. Don't suppose you carry any sort of protection or weapons here, do you?
He frowns, and you can see that his face is pretty pale, his eyes are dark, and he doesn't seem to respond with much interest. We got some minor bits of ammunition if you're looking for, well, don't know if you'll need them without that. And he nods down with the longbow.
Yeah, right. And he'll plonk the arrows on the counter as well. Well, in that case, I could use a length of rope, some replacement clothes, and you wouldn't happen to have a grappling hook, would you? I know it's an odd ask, but our life takes us to some strange places.
He gives you an odd look. I could try and find one in the back, but you were looking for some clothes and a rope, was that?
Yep.
Well,
Let the others make their own asks.
Alright, well, if you're looking for a bit of hemp rope, I can offer 50 feet for 5 gold pieces.
Well, that'll depend on how much you can give me for the longbow.
The longbow? Kind of picks it up and inspects it, looking it over. I would say that'll put you for maybe around 25 gold. I'd be willing to bargain for it.
He kind of does some mental arithmetic in his head. Yeah, that works. Just sell it to somebody who will use it well.
And if you're looking for a bit of clothes, well, he kind of surveys you for a moment. I guess you're not going to any lordly parties, so that'll be 25 silver. 2 gold, and the 5 silver on top of that.
Cheers. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Thank you. And he'll kind of gladly hand over the money.
Alright, are you just going, kind of giving him the longbow and taking, because the longbow seems to cover more than what would be necessary.
Oh, yeah. Well, he is interested in that grappling hook.
Gotcha. You wait for a few moments. He speaks with his wife, the woman who brought you in, and she rummages around for a few minutes and comes out holding what seems to be a kind of somewhat rusty, creaky, old grappling hook. It seems to... The metal has been slightly faded and tarnished with age. The rope is a bit threadbare in places, but it looks functional and secure enough to work. She hands it off to her husband, who turns it over in his hands for a second. 10 gold for this one.
Sold. And
right.
Yeah,
and he pushes the 3 items you purchased over toward you and takes the longbow, inspecting it, and then hangs it up on an empty hook behind him.
Gotcha. And my change, if you could.
Right. Excuse me while I just briefly do some mental math. That was 10 for the grappling hook, 5.
It comes out to 7.5 gold.
Beautiful, thank you.
No problem.
He can hand over 25. He can give you 17 golden change.
Oh no, that's what I mean. Like, it comes out to 7.5 golden change.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
gotcha.
not... Mm-hmm.
Alright, he will hand that over in change to you then.
Gotcha. And Marathondir will yield the counter, looking a little forlornly at the bow as he takes it to the back, but kind of swallowing it. Alright, well, they'll sell stuff, so if y'all have got anything on hand, good luck. I'm willing to help you haggle.
So Kiva will... Ooh, go ahead. Kiva will take out, she has a dagger on her person, and she sort of offers that onto the table and what do you think I could get for this?
He glances over it. Ain't bad, mate. Maybe a gold, but I don't got too much, so make sure that whatever you're looking to barter, do it right. And only so much of other folks' things I can sell.
Of course. She looks into her bag for a moment and reaches in and undoes the spool of scrolls, the spell scrolls, and only pulls out one. and she puts it on the counter and says, "This is a spell scroll, and how much do you think that would be worth?"
He blinks at you. Fuck if I know. Do I look like a fucking witch?
Well, I don't know. Is there someone here that would be interested in purchasing those?
He just looks at you blankly and shrugs.
Okay, well, then never mind then. I'll just keep the dagger. 1 gold isn't worth it.
Right. Well, anything else you lot want?
Lillison is going to look over at Metreon if he's coming back from the carnival wagon.
He's actually sticking closer to Amity. He wants to make sure she's safe while casting the spell.
Okay. She's going to turn towards Mr. Arasek and say, "Do you deal in jewelry, or is there somebody else in town who specializes more in that sort of thing?"
He blinks at you. I can't say we got any of that sort of things. I mean, there might be something I can find in the back if you're looking for, I don't know, some bits and bobs, but I would say we specialize in it, none.
Oh, no, I mean, we have some we might want to sell, and perhaps the Baron or somebody else of his family, or if there are any other noble families might be interested. They are a very fine make.
He shrugs. Can't say that I know none. I'll just focus on my own shop.
Well, that's certainly reasonable enough. Do you have yarn?
Yarn. Suppose I could look for, I know, something. He kind of frowns. No, maybe not. Afraid I don't got none on me for now, but maybe I'll keep an eye out for it, right?
Yes, if you could find some yarn with mostly wool content, that would be much appreciated.
He nods, right. And you hear the large doors from behind you opening, and the woman walks out, poking her head through. Did I hear something about jewels or some such?
Yes, we have some pieces of jewelry that we thought might be of interest to anybody. A bit more leisure money.
What you talking about? The burgomaster?
Oh,
You're looking for some other...
Well, yes, I assume that the Baron would be interested in nice things. Am I incorrect?
She frowns. Can't say I ever sold nothing to the Baron himself. Don't know if he'd be interested in them jewels or nothing, though maybe his wife would. Either her, well, and you can see she kind of like makes a small sign across her chest, kind of like with all her fingers splayed, similar to the gesture you saw Donovich make in Barovia. Maybe Lady Vokta, she might.
Lady Vogter? I'm sorry, we're new to the town. Who is that?
Well, she's I mean, if you're looking for money, she certainly got it. She's got her own estate up toward the north end of town, but I don't know if she's too comfy looking down on traveling merchants. I don't know if you have too much luck going door to door there. Truth be told, I don't know if I've seen her lately. She don't come down here too much, no.
I see. And these noble households, they don't even send their servants here for supplies or anything?
Oh, I see a manservant a few times come around here looking for what he can get, just picking up essentials, you see. Sometimes I get, the butler from, the burgomaster, he comes nearby, sees what he can look to pick up, though. And she kind of looks thoughtful for a moment. Can't say seen him lately, but he shrugs. I hope they're doing all right, but like I said, I haven't seen him lately.
I see. All right. I should probably let my companion know. Thank you.
Of course. She nods and goes back to taking some things out of the crates. Was there anything else that the rest of you wanted to buy? Or actually, while that's happening, Amity, you were outside with Metreon, correct?
Correct.
All right, it's at this point that you finish your ritual. Speak with animals concludes. And you feel the magic take hold sitting in the back of your mind like a soft webbed net that covers your thoughts, and you feel your senses slightly expanding.
In trepidation, Amity will call out to the wagon, hello, is anyone in there?
There's a pause, and then something rocks against the side of the wagon violently. You hear a snarling voice call out, "Who's there? You don't smell like him."
Oh, no, I'm not Octavio, no, I'm, just trying to meet him, that's all, and I was interested, what kind of, animal he had.
There's like a pause and then a low growl. You smell different. Did he want you to come? Did you bring me something?
No, I didn't bring you anything.
There's just kind of a grunt. You hear the sound of large paw pads padding their way through the interior, claws clicking on the floor of the wagon before settling down. Then go away, unless you're going to open the door.
All right. She turns to Metreon and says, there's some kind of animal in there. I don't know what type, but he seems a bit unfriendly.
Right, yeah, I kind of gathered from the blood on the outside of there.
Maybe we, shouldn't investigate.
What did he say to you?
He asked if Octavio had told me to come meet him, and he asked if I brought him anything.
Huh. Yeah, let's get a move on, yeah?
Yeah, we can ask Octavio about it later, when I find him.
You're really hard up about this, Octavio.
That's a fair point. I've just been told about him a few times.
No, it's
everything
fine.
Anyone tells me. Okay.
I was just curious, why are you so interested? Is it because he's a fellow storyteller like you, or?
Right, people are saying he's a storyteller, people are saying he's colorful, people are saying he's from, like, outside this entire place. So I just thought, he's probably interesting to get to know.
Fair point. Yeah. Well, yeah, we should get back with the others.
All right. For the sake of brevity, was there anyone else who wanted to purchase anything inside Arisek Stockyard? Certainly after Metra and Amity join you.
I'm also happy pawning the crossbow shouldn't be necessary anymore.
All right. Was there anything you wanted to purchase? Just to be clear, they are looking for barter and not to buy your goods.
Oh, I see. In that case, I'll just hang on to it. I can't think of anything in particular. Oh, unless there's like a map of like the whole Barovia. Someone suggested that earlier.
At your words, the woman who was unpacking the crates snorts, "Looking for a map? Oh, I can't say I ever seen one. Have you, Gunther?" He shakes his head. "No. I can't say I have. Just the old ones my dad used to scribble on the back of parchment. saying they were for stories, but Matt. I ain't got none.
Do you remember the one your dad did?
Feck if I know. Just know, wine comes from over here. There's a bunch of other stores and little villages with fuck all to them. Some mountains.
Earthrendir pulls out a piece of parchment. If you would put that down on paper, then I would gladly pay you for it.
Fine. He pauses for a moment, looking thoughtful. 5 gold.
Done.
Right. He nods expectantly, as if waiting.
He'll hand it over.
He accepts it and tucks it away. Right, so the north end, I think right around here you find a mountain. Then I think on the western side, I don't know exactly where. I know that there's the winery. There's that old village, what's it called? Kresk, I think. Then eastern side, you got Barovia, little village. You got the big castle. I ain't going there. But then, of course, you got Lexarovich to the north. And you got the old road that wanders through it all through the woods. Just kind of shrugs. Don't know which roads to take, though. Can't say I ever gone outside the walls. If you're looking for a guide, you're going to want to hire a proper hunter to take you through.
Oh, so there are people who know how to make it through the wilderness, then?
Oh, aye. You're going to be looking for one of those folks wandering around. Might find a hunter, a trapper, maybe at one of the local watering holes. They might be willing to take you up for some gold.
Alright, splendid. Thank you. And he will take the map and scrutinize it.
Are you saying that we've been in 2 out of 3 total entire towns in the world?
He frowns at you. Well, used to be another one, but we don't talk about it no more. Not for a long time.
Do you remember where that one was? Like in a directionally sense?
All I know is that it lies south. It's been left empty for decades, though. Whatever burgomaster it had did something terrible. Something awful. And, well, he makes that same, symbol over his chest and shudders. Whatever it did, it got the devil's attention, and not a good way. Like I said, we don't talk about it, none.
Oh, understandably. And he'll kind of jot this down in one of the many empty spaces on this new map.
While this is happening, Lillison sort of tries to edge over towards Metreon and say,
They don't seem too interested in jewelry, although I suppose you could try.
Oh, thanks for the heads up. Nah, this doesn't seem like a jewelry kind of place.
They did give me the names of another of the noble families here, if we want to try anything in that direction.
Yeah, sounds more reasonable. And Metron will kind of glance over. What direction was the armorer or the tanner and the blacksmith from the stockyard?
You gather that there was a blacksmith toward the town square and a tanner slightly to the west of that, along a fellow street.
Metron goes to Lillison. So he's a barterer then. He's not really interested in gold.
Well, I mean, it seems he takes gold readily enough, but the way you have to balance large sums on either side.
Right. Good sir.
Aye?
Yes, sorry, I was a bit late on coming up here. I overheard my companion speaking. Do you happen to have any sort of perhaps leather armor, something a bit more sturdy, maybe even studded.
Shakes his head. Nothing that I got. Not usually one to deal in that sort of thing.
Fair point. I did see a tanner, and I will investigate further. Do you know of their disposition?
He shrugs.
Good man, thank you. And then Metron just kind of shoots Lilith in this like eye roll glance, and kind of turns away, starts to walk towards the exit.
All right. Is there anything else that you all wish to do here?
Nope. Erthrendir is kind of taking the map and busily annotating it with what he already knows. Kind of shooting a look at Amity. He says, so, 3 towns in the country, or state, or whatever this is. That's, kind of perverse.
Amity just has like a flat look on her face.
What's up? You alright, darling?
Yeah. I mean, I'm, for the moment, just thinking.
What about?
I know I grew up in a pretty small collection of villages. I mean, if there's 3 towns here, then I guess it won't be too much smaller than I guess I've experienced in my life. But it still feels like there's no opportunity.
Erthrendir gives her a long look and then nods. Yeah. There's not really much of a place for people like us, it looks like.
Maybe there's going to be a university or something Krezek.
No, there's not.
Well, you know, Amity, my life advice is when you don't see opportunity, you got to make it. So, sure we'll level out. I mean, the plan is not to stay here, right? And he looks over at
Right.
Kiva and Millicent.
Look, as far as I know, there's a way into this place. There has to be a way out that isn't just cavorting with rulers. So I really feel like Rictavio's our best bet. I think he knows something. He has to. I mean, if he's this worldly traveler that Danica talks about, then he must know something that we can use.
Yeah. He's a decent shout. And if he fails, then, well, there's got to be other folks around here who have come from the outside world. I refuse to believe it's just us and him.
Oh, right. If he just got here, I mean, this isn't going to be his... We have to find him before he leaves.
Point. I mean, I doubt if he can.
I mean, this isn't going to be his final destination. Last stop.
He
Vallaki.
spoke as if he was planning to stay here for at least a little while.
Interesting. Oh, you talked to him then?
Yes, I passed him on the way out of the Blue Water Inn last night.
Oh, well, that's good. On that... Okay.
Well, did he say anything else?
Oh, well, just that he thought that I was one of his legions of admiring fans, and he went inside. I'm surprised that all of you didn't see him. He went right into the tap room.
I was a little busy getting, what do the humans call it? Plastered? That.
I was already in bed.
Oh, I like sozzled better. I'm stealing that. But,
Sauce works too.
Ooh, also pretty spicy.
3 sheets to the wind.
Where does that one come from? Like, why are there 3 sheets specifically?
I don't know. I don't ask questions about these kind of things. Bill,
Yes.
so wait, he said he thought you were like an admirer. Did it seem like he wanted to be here?
He gave off the impression that he was, in fact, an entertainer who planned to have an audience. And he is a half-elf. I believe that if we stay at the inn, we should see him at some point.
I don't know. I find it a little concerning that he wants to be here.
Perhaps he just has the confidence in knowing that he can leave afterwards.
Point. I suppose these people would be easy to fleece in the sense of if you're bringing stuff from the outside world, whether it be goods or ideas, then, well, they're not going to have another source. You can charge as much as you like.
Are we out of the stockyard,
Yes,
like
at this point,
market?
Yeah, like
You're
walking
back, you're back in the
right?
stockyard itself. I presume
Okay.
you're making your way across town. Were you heading toward the
Yep.
the blacksmith in the town square first, and then heading from there onto the tannery?
Whichever's closer.
Yeah.
Gotcha. With that, at this point, continuing forward, you turn a corner and begin making your way down a southern street, obtaining directions from locals as best you can to make your way there. And soon enough, you arrive at a more central location. The shops and homes that enclose the town square are decorated with limp, tattered garlands and painted wooden boxes filled with tiny, dead flowers. At the north end of the square stands a row of stocks, locked in which are several men, women, and children, wearing crude, plastered donkey heads. On the center of the square, peasants in patchwork clothes eye you suspiciously as they use cups and vases to draw water from a crumbling stone fountain. Standing tall at the center of the fountain is a gray statue of an impressive man facing west. All around the squares are posted proclamations. Come one, come all, to the greatest celebration of the year, the Wolf's Head Jamboree. Attendants and children required. Pikes will be provided. And then in all capitals, all will be well, the Baron.
Well, all will be well here, right?
Earthendeer looks like he's going to be sick.
Earthendeer, try to keep it neutral.
I know. There were kids in those, Kiva. In a public humiliation device. Children.
Kiva tightens her jaw, but smiles at Earthendeer and says, "Drop it."
He nods. Although he does not look like he wants to drop it. Alright, what do y'all need from the blacksmith?
Well, I don't need anything, but maybe you, Kiva?
I have no money, so I'm probably the last person to be asked. You guys go ahead. I'll maybe poke around here and just take a look.
Well, that's not a no, that's a I don't have money. What do you need?
Listen, if they have armor for the cost of what it would be to trade a dagger, then sure, I'll take nicer armor, but I doubt that is the case.
So as long as we're sticking together, let's pool our money.
I mean, I'm perfectly willing, but I also don't have much, so... He kind of shoots a look at Metreon. Up to you,
Metreon's
I
lips
suppose.
are
You're-
pursed.
If
Yeah,
there's-
yeah, that's fine, I suppose.
If there is anybody in this town who might be interested in precious metals, it would be a blacksmith, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know if they're big
Possibly.
into silver now, right?
Yeah, no, probably. That'd be a... Whatever. Alright.
Earthwinder, what was it you were saying yesterday about the value of gold and silver?
That it's a damn shame that they, use electrum for a currency because, gold is good for spells and silver is good for were creatures.
And therefore?
Do the people here look like they're... Well, we don't even... point, but I...
No, she's
worth a
right.
shot.
She's right. Maybe we can get it smelt. Maybe, and he starts to rifle through his sack, and he pulls out the silver filigreed jewelry box that he got from Dursthouse. Maybe if we could smelt this down, we can coat some of my bolts, or even some of Kiva's scimitar. Just protection and all that.
Ismark, did he mention something about werewolves? I can't remember.
He did, I think.
Well, it's in this book that I have.
Oh, wait, you have a book?
Yeah, I was reading it downstairs. It's I got it from Ismark.
Oh, splendid.
I mean, it doesn't say much, but it's it does say that I assume that he was reading it because these creatures are perhaps in Barovia. So there was one for a vampire, there was one for a werewolf, some other things. I haven't really got that far into it yet.
Well, in that case, yeah, no, that's a decent idea. If we can afford it, get him to smelt it down, code a weapon, or at least a piece of ammo or two, because we are probably going to be outside the walls again at some point. But yeah, alright, let's head over.
Alright, so again, for the sake of brevity, I'd say you're able to find your way into the blacksmith's shop. Is there anything specific that you're looking to purchase?
Not purchase, but just try to see if they would be willing to smelt the jewelry box down, or at least the silver off of it, so that we could use it as like a coating agent.
Gotcha. After looking over the jewelry box, the blacksmith says that you'll probably be able to get maybe 2 arrows or bolts worth of silver off of it. So that would be 30 gold pieces total. 10 gold for each arrow plus the 10 needed for the smelting.
Oof.
Oh yeah, no, it's a little too rich for my blood right now.
Yeah. Is the blacksmith willing to take jewelry, or is that a no?
I mean, what are you looking to trade?
Either the jewelry box itself, or... I mean, if met point, it's not mine to trade, but...
Yeah, Metrion has gloves on right now, so he has been concealing his gold rings.
Yep, no, I'm aware, which is why I'm no longer saying anything. But yeah, alright, that's good to know. Earthrendeer will ask about the price for a rapier, but he does it without much hope.
Gotcha, so you will... There's not a rapier as such. They don't appear to make those here. They seem a bit exotic for Barovia. If you'd like something comparable, you could probably pick up a short sword or a long sword or something similar.
How much for a short sword?
For a short sword, that would be 10 gold pieces.
Earthrendeer hisses and then looks at the others. If you're serious about pooling your money, do y'all mind this? I would appreciate having some on me that I could, use when somebody's trying to bite my face off.
How much gold do you have?
9.
Well, I mean, maybe we could talk them down.
All right.
I can pull some money. I can give you one.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Although, yeah,
you have a way with words.
Earthrendeer will smile and kind of hand Amity's gold piece back. Well then, and he will give you a die of bardic inspiration. Give it a shot, why don't you? I have a feeling you can manage this.
Specifically that he doesn't seem willing to haggle. Just again.
Damn it. All right, he will take
your die back.
Yes, and snag the short sword.
All right, very good. You may add 1 short sword to your inventory.
Whoop whoop. All right, and that is all Earthrendeer wants to do.
All right, anything for anyone else, or are you all good to exit the shop?
I'm good. I'm good to go to the tannery now.
Yeah, likewise.
All right. With that, together you make your way out of the shop back into the town square. And this time you see a few new figures entering from one of the side roads. You see 2 guards making their way forward, wearing very simple armor, carrying pikes at their sides, and one of them appears to have a large stack of parchments held under one arm. They're joined by a large man who towers head and shoulders above the both of them. A dark, intense look upon his face, his head entirely shaved bald. He wears a long leather coat that goes around and leather straps and bands around his chest and clearly reinforced, and a large bit of white fur that has been made its way around the shoulders, around a high collar that arises just under his chin. You can see over his back he wears a long, shaggy gray cloak tipped with puffs of white fur along the edges, and on his back a large battle axe with a wickedly sharp blade and dark iron that glints in the gray light of the square. And as you look, he points a finger forward and barks some words at the guard beside him, who instantly rushes forward. And as he turns to the other one, he lifts his other arm, his right arm, and you see flexing there a swollen demonic hand vanishing up the sleeve of his cloak. You can see long, elongated fingers, thick and fleshy with muscle, long nails almost like claws, and an ivory black. You can see the reddish appendage tinged and warped with barbed spines making their way down in the wrists and forearm and vanishing underneath the edge of his sleeve. And as he points one finger forward, you see little embers of flame whirl their way across his fingertips. The guard beside him shudders faintly and moves forward, the bits of parchment rustling faintly under his arm.
DM, does the characteristics look like any kind of tiefling that I've seen?
I would say make just a basic intelligence check.
Oh yeah, I'm me smart.
I believe in you.
8. Oof. Super smart. SMRT.
It's not any attribute that you've seen yourself before, no. And as you inspect it, you can see that the guards around him, one of them has begun tearing down the proclamations with the wolf heads engraved on them, tearing down the announcements of the Wolf's Head Jamboree. And the other guard, you can see, has begun putting up new parchments with new text inscribed upon them. The bald man with the clawed hand, who you see, surveying the square, glances over your group and for a moment locks eyes with you, his brow furrowing, his dark eyes growing darker. And then his eyes slide off of you and his gaze continues making its way around the square.
He looks positively friendly.
Yeah, not intimidating at all.
Real gem of a guy.
Just keep your gazes on the ground.
All right, well, I have no business in the tannery, so I'll stand out here if you guys want to run in.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got you.
We'll make it quick.
All right. So are you guys making your way out of the town square toward the tannery?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. With that, you make your way out of the town square, leaving the stocks and the fountain behind. And as you pass away beyond the very edge of the square, you pass by the guard hammering up one of the new parchments. And as you do, you can't help but glance over at the text of the new proclamation, reading, "Come one, come all, to the greatest celebration of the year, the Festival of the Blazing Sun. Attendants and children required. Rain or shine. All will be well. Signed, the Baron."
Yeah,
And
no,
with that,
the more I look at this, the more that all will be well seems more like a threat.
Yeah. Like you mentioned this morning about this being a party town. Party towns don't need threats to get people to party. They
Not
just...
near the guards, not near the guards.
I presume this was happening in a whisper.
Oh yeah, there's
Yeah,
hushed
we're not-
voices.
Yeah.
He was a paranoid
Keep is right. No, Keep is right. Keep is
She's
100%
right,
right.
but yes.
She's 100% right.
Earthrendir's then going to switch over to Elvish. Well, to say to Kiva, well, if nothing else, I really doubt any of them that have the education for this.
I don't know if it's an education thing. I never went to school. I just spoke it because my dad was an elf.
Well, I mean, if their first language is common, then it would be education, but yeah, point taken.
I don't think speaking in Elvish is going to make us look any less suspicious.
True point, but it's something to remember.
What the hell are you saying?
He's just talking about hiding suspicion, but we wouldn't need to do that because we're just happy to be here. So happy.
Right, let's get to the tenor.
Yes, please.
DM, what time of day is it right now?
By now, given everything that's been going on and what you've been doing thus far, it's probably approaching late morning, almost noon at this point.
Okay, cool. Thank you for no reason whatsoever.
Of course. So you make your way around the town, following directions that you obtained earlier, bending your way down a southern road that encircles its way back up. Lillison, you actually recognize this path, and up ahead you can actually see the large mansion that you passed by the previous evening, where you saw Ezek enter in before. And passing beyond it, just beyond the cramped shop where you saw the wooden sign shaped like a rocking horse, you can see the entrance to a small tannery set into the side of the street.
Oh, that reminds me. Amity.
Uh-huh.
Do you have any particular interest in the tannery, or?
For stuff like armor, right?
All right. Just
No, sorry. I'm asking. Like, I don't think I can afford armor, even if we pool our stuff.
Yeah, that was my thought. Unless if we can't sell anything else, and I'm fresh out of things to sell, then I think we're a bit up the creek without any form of paddle.
I was just thinking I saw this store last night, and she gestures to the shop with the rocking horse sign. Seems to be some sort of children's toy store. Perhaps they have tales or something that might interest you.
Okay, I'm not like 10. I'm not going to go buy a doll.
No,
but sure. I can ask if they have any tales.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply that you were a child. Just if there was any place in this God's forsaken town that might have something that brings joy to people, perhaps this is it.
All right, you've at least convinced me to go in.
Yeah, no, I'm curious how a toy maker survives in a town like this.
Right, if they survive, then surely I can just do fine.
Yeah, let's
We can even partner up, maybe.
Not a bad idea, but yeah, no, I'm down to check it out. Although I'll follow Metreon, we don't have to split up. We'll nip in, see how much some decent armor would be for all of us, and then I'll meet you there.
All right, so while Amity is checking out the toy shop, Earthrendir is ducking into the tannery briefly.
Yep, in summary, he's seeing how much a either leather or studded leather armor would run for.
Gotcha.
If that's even something they provide.
So if you're looking for leather armor, that would be 10 gold. Studded leather would be 45. And it would take a day to make the studded leather.
Does this person look like they're willing to barter?
No.
Even if we try hard.
I mean, if you were barter, certainly.
Or, trade. I would.
I misspoke. Yes, if you're looking to trade something, I think you could probably manage that. Again, just for the sake of brevity.
Yeah. So I would show them the jewelry box. This is a fine mic. It's antique. I praise it as about 85 gold pieces, but I'll let you have it for a suit of studded armor and a suit of leather for this one.
Gotcha. And could you just specify which item you are sharing with them?
The silver jewelry box.
Gotcha. Okay, so looking over it, they seem willing to take it if you're looking to get the studded leather armor or the leather armor. It seems like you'll be able to. The leather armor, yes. If you're looking to trade for the studded leather armor, that should do it as well.
Yeah, so just studded in the regular leather.
All right, so one of each.
Yes. Oh no, wait. So just 2 suits, one studded, one regular.
Yes. All right, great. So the leather armor you can just get off the shelf. The studded leather will be ready tomorrow morning.
All right.
Fantastic.
Earthrendeer will try it on and kind of stretch. Oh, does it? Man, how's the make? Is it like well made or kind of adequate?
It's a simple town's craftsman. It's not extravagant. It seems functional.
He kind of stretches and looks over at Metreon. Oh man, I would thank you. You have no idea how much better this moves and breathes than what I was sitting in. The Ranger Corps do not know how to make a fucking uniform.
Yeah, just remember to, clean it out a bit, especially, and he points to his crotch area.
Ugh.
Well, yeah, leather just kind of keeps the scent in, so you gotta watch out for that.
No, that's actually good advice. I'll remember that. Ugh. No, thank you. I'll be sure to spray it out. And hey, at any rate, thank you. And I apologize for the... fuck it. Water under the bridge.
Well, you just owe me a favor now.
Yeah. You can call that in when you like. Just, don't... be conscientious.
Metron flashes a sinister smile as he starts to walk out gracefully from the tannery towards the toy store.
That was not an I'm going to be conscientious smile! And he follows him out.
All right, so to clarify, Amity and Lillison had gone into the toy store at this point. Was Kiva with them?
Yeah, Kiva probably went with them.
All right, so with that together, you make your way forward. You can see the wooden sign hanging like a rocking horse with a bee engraved on both sides. You can see the 2 arched lead frame windows through which you can see jumbled displays of toys and the hanging placards that bear the slogan, "Is no fun, is no Blinsky." And together, as you step inside, you can hear a chiming bell. And within, you see a interesting array. Within, you can see a cluttered shop filled with several shelves and other items. You can see a number of toys of interesting make set up alongside several dolls and other small bits of craftsmanship. There's a small door to the back from which you can hear the sound of footsteps and a slight jingling sound. And just in front of that door, a slightly shoddy counter that seems to have been slightly disused and cluttered. You can see bits of wood shavings and other items and bits of ink kind of scattered and stained across it. And as you enter, you can hear this very off-tune humming going, just echoing from the back room.
Is there like a bell we can ring at the front? If not, Emmy will just call out, hello?
At your words, you hear a loud screech, and something plummets from one of the upper shelves, slamming on the ground. Glancing up, you see a small monkey of kind of like matted brown and slightly goldish fur, shaking a little fist down toward the thing that just fell. You can see that it seems to have interestingly, a small custom-fitted bright pink tutu around its waist. And it hops up and down excitedly, bouncing its fists up and down before hurriedly scurrying over to the end of the shelf. As it does, you hear the humming abruptly stop, and footsteps abruptly making their way around from the back room, echoed by the jingling of small bells. Making his way out of the door to the back room into the main shop, you see a heavy-set man, bearded, with a mustache that goes down toward the brownish beard that goes around his chin, wearing deep purple and green clothes, almost a clown's or jester's outfit, wearing a moth-eaten jester's cap of similar colors with bells at the end trailing down over his shoulders. He rubs his eyes and looks up at you, his expression suddenly brightening. "Oh, welcome, friends, to the House of Blinsky, where happiness and smiles can be bought at bargain prices. Perhaps you know a little child in need of joy? A little toy for a girl or boy?" There's a pregnant pause and then another crash as something else falls off of one of the shelves and the monkey starts chittering and screeching again. The man instantly says, "Oh, no, Piccolo, no, put that down, put that down." And he immediately starts making his way over to the shelves trying to reach the monkey.
Oh my goodness.
Amity restrains Truffle from climbing up the shelves to try to reach the monkey. First, can I say, Piccolo is incredibly cute.
"Oh, thank you." And there's like another crash and it like reaches up, like stubby arms going up to try to grab the monkey who chitters. "Oh, damn it. He is very helpful guest. I have trained him very well." Another crash. The monkey chitters again and then hops down onto his shoulders. The man kind of like stumbles and then turns back to you, kind of dusting himself off. "My apologies, friends. Welcome to the House of Blinsky. What can Gadolf Blinsky do for you?"
Has it been enough time that the speak with animals has worn off?
What's the time on that?
Probably. I think it's only like 10 minutes. It's probably
10
worn
minutes.
off.
Yes, it is worn off. Blinsky, again, brushes himself off and smiling. "So, what can Blinsky do for you?"
So, I was wondering, because I'm in the business, or I guess want to be in the business of writing like fables, fairy tales, publishing books, and I know you run a toy store, so you must have some kind of stories or maybe advice about how to get into the market.
He blinks and you see him visibly sag a bit. "Oh, so you are not looking to that is fine. That is fine. I mean, if you would like to look at my wares, I am sure that they would give bountiful fun and inspiration to any artist. I understand exactly what it is like. So I know that my toys, my creations, they are my muse singing. So perhaps one of them, such as this one." And he kind of like ventures over to the one of the shelves and picks up one of the items. You can see it is a headless doll, and there's a small bag hanging from the side of it. And he like kind of reaches his fingers into and plucks one of them out and pops it onto the head, screwing it onto a small wooden stick pointing out of the top of the neck. This one, I think, speaks greatly to the how much a man can change over his lifetime. He like unscrews the head and like pops another one on. This one's like a woman's face. Pops it off. Pops another one on. People can go through many changes, and I think it is a fun, very fun learning experience for everyone, especially the children's. He pops another head on. This one having its eyes and mouth stitched shut.
What part of the journey is that one?
Oh, this one is the end. All stories have ends.
Right. Kiva's going to just take like a step back and just look around the shop for any more horrific toys.
Yeah, Metron's going to do the same. He wants to see if there's anything more elaborate than that, though.
Sure. You make your way around for a few moments while Amity is watching the doll. You can see there appears to be a miniature gallows on one side, complete with a trapdoor and a weighted hanged man. There seems to be a wooden doll, perhaps a wooden nesting doll, beside a wooden string mobile that has hanging bats hanging down around it. On the opposite side, Kiva, you can see like a musical, like a small merry-go-round of elegant craftsmanship, of fine wood that has been elegantly and carefully carved into place. The depiction, however, you can see it's a around the merry-go-round are figures of snarling wolves that seem to be chasing children, as opposed to the prancing horses that one might hope would be on a carnival depiction. Beside that, you can see a ventriloquist's dummy that looks remarkably like Strahd von Zarevich. And as you push your gaze just past it, you see a doll with long auburn hair and very familiar features. Something tugs at the back of your head, and then you realize the doll looks remarkably like Irina.
Kiva walks over to it right away and just sort of like does a double take between the doll and Blinsky and back again. And does he look distracted, or is he sort of watching her go around the store?
He's still speaking with Amity. Perhaps you would like to purchase this or one of my other toys. I know that they would give great inspiration.
Maybe. Do kids actually enjoy play with those? I guess maybe they're into the horror genre here.
He pauses and then visibly wilts. I have not seen as many as I would have liked, unfortunately. But I assure you that all of my goods, they are backed by the craftsmanship and the ideals of the great Fritz von Wierg himself. You cannot go wrong with a Blinsky toy. The craftsmanship is immaculate.
You made all these yourself, then? Yeah.
Oh yes, I did. All of them right here in my shop.
And where do you get your inspiration for these toys?
I get it from all over. I see it in many walks of life, in ideas that I get, in dreams that I have, stories that others tell. And he points to the merry-go-round. That one came about when I heard of a very unfortunate caravan that was going between towns. All the little children's. There was an unfortunate thing happening with some wolves. It was very unpleasant, but it is a very helpful story. Yes, the children like to see the children running and escaping from the wolves. It is a very fun game for them, running from wolves. Very popular game, or at least it would be if my toys, But I think it will be very popular, yes.
She points to the Strahd puppet and just goes, and that one?
Oh, that one is based on a very popular perception I obtained from the tales from some who seem to describe. That one is, well, we're not really supposed to talk about it, but it's him in the castle. I met him. Isn't it beautiful? Absolutely handsome.
Are you not on some sort of watch list for selling something like this? I thought he was a bit of a sore topic around here.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I mean, I do whatever the burgomaster says. He seems fairly... He lets me do what I want. I do what I can for, the town. I don't think I've had any trouble.
Okay. She just goes back to, staring very confusedly at the Irina doll.
I met some kids in the Blue Art Inn. So how about this? If you tell me one of these local legends that you know, then I'll buy one of these for them.
He blinks. Of course. I mean, I don't know anything. Is there something you're looking for? I don't know if I am that much of a local storyteller myself. I know a few things, but...
There must be, folk tales, myths.
Oh, well, Well, I have heard legends that at one point there was a great lizard, a great dragon that flew over Barovia. This was long, long ago. But this dragon somehow died. As many dragons do not, though I have not seen a dragon, I confess. Legend has it that it died at an old mansion outside of town. Some say it's haunted even today. I should like to see that mansion myself, I think. Perhaps what wonderful ghostlies might give me Blinsky inspiration for my next genius idea.
Amity's writing this down. And how did it die?
Oh, I don't know. I have not been to the mansion. I don't know about dragons. But that is what these stories say.
All right, I'll come up with something. Sure. And Emily will purchase that the head thing.
All right.
That she was showing. As long as it's not too expensive.
Of course, that will be 9 copper pieces.
Oh, that's fine.
Can Kiva make a?
Grateful.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes?
Can Kiva make a check to try to slip the Irina doll into her pocket while Blinsky's distracted?
Make a sleight of hand check.
I've always wanted to do one of these.
Oh boy.
I've never done one before.
Oh no!
There's a reason. That's a natural 1.
Beautiful. As you pick up the doll and begin tucking it in toward your satchel, you hear jingling, and then abruptly behind you, you see very close, slightly invading personal space, Blinsky. Piccolo perched on his shoulder, his eyes wide. Oh, I see that you like that one, yes? Unfortunately, it is not for sale.
Who's it for, then? She, does her best to put it back on the shelf and not look suspicious.
It is, he kind of swallows, looking a bit uncomfortable. It is for, a special customer, specially commissioned.
I'm assuming you can't tell me because of some sort of toy maker customer confidentiality.
Oh, of course. It is my greatest pride as a student of Von Weirg and as a master craftsman of great toys. Unfortunately, there are standards that must be adhered to. Yes, very, very high standards.
Well, that makes sense. It's good to know that you have a commission business booming.
Oh yes, very, very good commissions. Very good.
Kiva's going to back away from both the Irina doll and the creepy Strahd Annabelle puppet and just sort of hang by the door now.
Lillison shoots her a sympathetic glance and whispers,
Happens to everybody.
Look, I didn't say I was a particularly good smuggler. There's a reason why I got this. And she points to the scars and shrugs a little bit.
Are there any animatronics here, or?
Making your way around, you actually touch the mobile of hanging bats. There seems to be a number of gears around them, and as you poke one of the gears, immediately the bats start flapping their wings rapidly, the mobile rotating slightly.
Metron, and he's not hiding it, but for the first time, there's a sense of playful innocence as he's kind of messing with the automaton bats that are floating above him.
Earthendeer gives a look over and kind of smiles. Yeah, man, didn't think there was anyone who did actual gear work here. That's beautiful. Really well done, Mr. Blinsky.
Oh, well, thank you. Blinsky toys are always the best. I have studied from the master, and I assure you that my craftsmanship is unrivaled in all of Vallaki of Barovia. Perhaps you would like to purchase this one, or on commission, as your friend found that I do make things. I'm glad to make toys to order. They might be a bit of a higher arrangement for searching for goods and special designs, but I would be glad to make any sort of toys or fun crafts that you might be looking to purchase. As I mentioned, I have studied from the masters.
Earthendeer gives a look over at him. I'll have to pass right now, but tell you what, I do have an idea, but I might need to come back to you another day I do have a commission I think you might like, but I'll let you know. But regrettably, at the moment, I am out of money.
He nods. But of course, Blinsky Toys is always here to welcome you and all of your friends and any little girls or boys that you wish to bring joy to. So please, do feel free to come back anytime.
Cheers. And yeah, he will step away looking thoughtful. Well, Lillison, this was a good idea. This did turn out to be unexpectedly pleasant.
Oh, what sort of idea do you have?
one that I need to clear with the person involved before I say anything. That's all I'll say.
Oh, well, alright then.
Sorry, I don't mean to be mysterious. I really don't like it. Just, yeah.
Oh no, even if your aim was to be mysterious, I value, I appreciate the value of being mysterious sometimes.
Well, yes, I can tell. As you are about most details of your life. Which, I mean, I respect, but I'm reasonably sure if I asked you your favorite color, you would deflect.
Green.
Oh. Yeah, nice. No, I like that. Mine's purple. He looks very awkward for a second. That was an incalculably rude thing to say, wasn't it? I'm sorry. I have a habit of putting my foot in the mouth.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I do wonder, where Ismark went to?
That's a point. We haven't seen him. I mean, it's a big town, or... Well, no, it's not, but... Think we should go back to the inn, get some lunch, and check in?
Yes, I think that sounds like a good idea.
Cheers. Alright. Yeah, and yeah, Bareth and you will probably, once the group has gotten everything they need from Blinksky, is going to kind of walk back to the inn.
Alright, same with everyone else?
Yep.
Yep.
Alright, you step outside, away from the toy shop, leaving the chiming bell of Blinsky Toys behind you, the heavy-set man with the jester's cap waving as you go, and stepping out once more into the streets. And as you do, Kiva and Amity, you feel the sense of something cold, as if something icy cold is broken and begin to drip down the back of your head and neck, down over your shoulders and spine. You feel something hurting at the back of your head, just behind your forehead. Slowly your thoughts begin to stir, moving, and your thoughts rearranging themselves. As you do, you see in the back of your head the memories from the past 24 hours. You can see patches and spots of your travel along the Svalich road. You can remember very faintly the encounter with Strahd. You can remember the deep crimson of his eyes, the intensity of his gaze. You remember feeling pain, but beyond that, it's strange, almost like the memories are missing. You can remember the words that you said faintly. You remember the sense of running and confusion at why you were running. You can remember arriving in Vallaki and the questions and the confusion. And Kiva, your hand goes up to your side of your neck where you can feel the healing over place where 2 puncture marks sunk into the skin. Your thoughts now a whirlwind, maelstrom, turning and swirling in confusion, shock, and sudden awareness. This isn't right. Whatever. Are you you? Suddenly you're not sure. You're feeling your thoughts spinning and swirling, and suddenly it's almost like awakening from a bad dream as that cold feeling drips down your shoulders to your spine, surrounding until your whole chest and heart feels cold, and you feel that haze lifting. And you blink, and Strahd's charm has ended.
Kiva feeling this sort of violation and haze clearing and the memories coming back, has tears in her eyes, and she actually reaches out and grabs Lillison's arm and says, Lillison, I think I remember.
Lillison flinches a little bit when you first grab her arm, but hearing those words, she just nods, puts her hands on Kiva's shoulders, and sort of steers the two of them away from the rest of the group a little bit.
Do you want to go back to the room first?
Yes, please. Please.
Let's go.
Right, anything from Amity or the others seeing this?
I think Amity goes through the same thing about like 30 seconds later, if it's strict to 24 hours. And then I think realizes what Kiva just went through and sort of goes off to meet up with Kiva and Lillison, assuming they weren't extremely stealthy about going away from the rest of the group.
Not stealthy, but they are going to be moving pretty fast and not looking behind them.
Earthrendir shoots Metreon a look and grimaces. I think... Did they just... And he kind of makes a loopy motion with his hand.
Yeah. Should we follow them?
Yeah, sorry, just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, a lot of you make your way through the streets, Lillison and Kiva, leading the way with Amity back toward the Blue Water Inn. The structure soon coming into sight. And from there, together, making your way up the outer stairs, following Lillison and Kiva as they cut their way up the outer staircase, the heavy door opening and making your way forward into the rooms beyond. Are you headed to the larger suite?
Lillison is actually going to pull Kiva into the room that Lillison and Metreon had been in and close the door behind them.
Alright. Where are Amity and the others going?
Amity tried to follow Lillison and Kiva, unsure if this succeeded.
I don't think Kiva would have noticed. She's in the midst of heaving cries at this point. By the time they're back at the inn.
Alright, so Kiva, you find yourself alone in the room with Lillison.
Kiva... Oh, go ahead, Metreon.
I was just going to say, so Amity is outside with Earthendir and Metreon.
Yeah, so Amity, Metreon, and Earthendir, you guys are outside when you see Lillison pull Kiva into her room and close the door shut.
My room. And Metreon wants to go to the door, but realizing how upset Kiva was, will back away, but he'll look at Amity.
I think I know what happened to her.
Yeah? What was that?
So, I just realized a minute ago that when the devil had come and bitten us, that he put some kind of, charm on us.
Yeah, that's about the gist.
At this point, you hear the taproom doors opening below you. You can hear a din beginning to fill the room as you see a few patrons begin to make their way inside. You hear the clanking of tankards. And you can see Danica glancing up at your position on the balcony. Are you going to linger here?
Do you want to go get a drink or something to eat? We can talk about it. Or not talk about it. It's up to you.
She probably did some things that she's upset about, or said some things maybe. We should support her, but I think right now maybe she wants to be alone, so...
What do you want, Amity? Kiva's sorted. What do you want?
I'm actually maybe not so broken up about it as she is.
Yeah.
I don't think I did anything really bad.
You didn't. I was there. Earthrendir shoots Metreon the most withering look he has ever given him. Like he's trying to pin him to the wall with his eyes.
Metron, seeing the look, will turn his head away and bite his lip.
Did it happen to you too?
It did.
You were also bitten.
Yeah. Thing is, I think I passed out from blood loss, and when I woke up, I think it shook off for whatever reason. Don't know why. But yeah, no. You, me, and Kiva, Metron, and Lillison were smart and kept their eyes averted.
I mean, it's not about... Listen, we were smart, but, it shouldn't have happened in the first place, right?
Well, no, and that is kind of the issue. That's what scares me.
He's capricious.
Yeah.
Well, you bring up a good point, though, because I remember Arena saying that he wasn't supposed to be out.
In the day.
Yeah, and in this book that says that vampires come out at night, so...
Yeah, and more than that, we did everything right when we were trying to leave the house quietly. We kept Irina invisible, we pulled a whole ploy, we did it well. And there he is waiting for us at the crossroads. Exactly where we were going to be. How the hell did he know?
Yeah. Let's do you want to go downstairs, Amity, or do you want to just hang back?
Let's go downstairs and give Kiva some space.
Yeah.
Right.
Good idea. And
All right.
Arthur and Dale will, head downstairs.
All right. Well, listen in, Kiva. You're alone in the quiet room. Downstairs, you can hear the muffled sounds of the Blue Water Inn. But this guest room is quiet. The sound's muffled. Outside, you can hear the light sound of droplets as a light drizzle begins from the dark sky overhead.
Lillison gestures to the bed that she herself had not slept on the night before and says, "Do you want to sit down or lie down?"
Kiva, sort of remembering everything and remembering the way that he touched her and the things that he said to her, is sort of like hands fumbling to try to get the clothes that he touched off, especially the tunic. So she's trying to remove her armor and get the tunic off, but her hands can't work to do it, and she's sort of struggling to breathe, and she's just looking at Lillison sort of hopelessly and desperately as she's trying to get this off.
And do you need any help?
I let him do what he did.
No, you didn't. Do you need help with the fastenings?
Yes, please. I can't keep my hands still.
Here. And she summons her mage hand, and she offers the mage hand. Would you rather hold on to this, or would you rather have it help?
It can help. Can I she sort of holds out her one hand, very much like a child, to a mother, and sort of looks at Lillison expectantly.
Lillison hesitates a little bit and then takes a step forward and takes Kiva's hand in both of hers again, while the mage hand goes about undoing the whatever catches there are on Kiva's armor.
Garrick said the same things to me, that I was beautiful and unlike anyone he'd ever seen before. And it's like he knew everything. The touch was the same, and even I should have known I wasn't strong enough for this place. I'm broken now. Susceptible to this sort of thing, this manipulation.
Look, this isn't your fault. No matter what sorts of... Yes, I will use that word. No matter what sorts of brokennesses we came in with, we did not come in of our own choice, and we cannot take responsibility for the things that other people do to us.
But I put you all at risk. I mean, this whole time he was inside of me, and I didn't know I called him my friend. I wrote down in my journal how much I was so happy to have someone here that I could call a friend.
Do you want to tear that page out, or do you want to keep it as a reminder?
I want him dead.
Well, yes, that is the idea.
I just want to stop feeling like someone else's property. I just want to feel like me.
Kiva, who were you before all this?
What do you mean?
When you say you want to feel like you, what time is that anchored in your mind?
When my father and I first moved to Neverwinter, I had a garden, and I used to grow flowers, and I think that was the last time I felt like me. And then when Ava was born, I felt it again, seeing something that I made. And being able to hold it in my hands and watch it grow. But I mean, this place is full of death and darkness, and I don't know if I'll feel that way again.
DM, would you say that the armor is off at this point?
Yes, I would say so.
Would you like to sit now?
Kiva does sit down at this point.
Would you like me to sit near you, or would you rather keep your distance?
Can you stay next to me?
Yes. Here. I don't know if this will help, but I have a story if you want to hear it.
Please.
Lillison sits down on the bed next to Kiva, still holding Kiva's hand in both of hers. Lightly, almost distractedly, strokes the back of Kiva's hand and says,
Once upon a time, not all that long ago, there was a young woman who was bright and brave and beautiful and wanted to do some good in the world. She went into the service of a handsome and kindly lord who lived by himself in a remote estate in the woods. She was to be a paid companion of sorts. Sure, she
had to do a bit of drudgery, cleaning and cooking, but mostly it seemed to her as though he derived the most pleasure from her just sitting in his study after dinner and reading to him while he sat in his chair, his eyes closed, head tipped back. They were cozy days. She was paid well, treated well, given a supply of paper and ink, and encouraged to spend her free time in devising things and writing things of her own. And she was so happy. She was so very happy.
What happened to her?
She was... You understand, this lord was a scholarly type, had a very extensive library, and encouraged her to read through his tomes. And she came upon some books about the medical sciences. And in her studies, she began noticing that there were some things that were starting to become wrong with her. She was developing a cough, which was worse in the mornings. She had difficulty getting enough breath sometimes. There were dry spots on her skin where there hadn't been none before. And she tried to ignore this as long as possible, but finally she went to the Lord and asked humbly, very humbly, if he knew what was wrong with her.
Did he know?
He looked at her with great, sorrowful eyes, and he gently took the book of medical science away from her, and he waved his hand, and the next thing she knew, she was back in her own quarters. It was morning. It was time for her to clean the farthest west wing where nobody seemed to live once again, the one that was full of little dusty trinkets and knickknacks that seemed to be full of toys for a child who did not live there. And the memory of that conversation was just gone from her mind. She kept on with her duties, just as happy as ever, but with a sort of unease and discontent in the back of her mind. And it was only when she went back into the library and saw the gap on the bookshelf where the medical texts were that she remembered there was something wrong. It took her weeks to piece together the signs again, with her cough growing worse and her breaths growing more and more labored.
Was he poisoning her, or...
She plucked up her courage, went in front of him again, this time knowing that she must be very wary, not telling him about everything that she had remembered. But once again, she merely remembered going up to his desk, and then all of a sudden it was morning again, and it was time for her to resume her duties.
So it just went on like that. She kept losing everything.
How are you supposed to know when something like that happens, whether the fault is with the world around you or with what is going on inside your own mind?
I don't know. I had to have known something, right? I had to have felt something because as he was, and she sort of puts her fingers over the wounds on her neck. All I could do was look at Irina. And how scared and beautiful she was. And I missed my home and my family. But I felt loved. Even for a moment, even if it was all his charm. When it's been corrupted for you so many times, how do you know that you're not the predator that they wanted you to be?
Do you want to be a predator when the alternative is to be prey?
I don't want to hurt anyone. I want a home and quiet and someone to share it with that doesn't hurt me. The girl in your story, what did she do?
After several months, she went to her master one more time. But this time, he had her sit down in the chair before the fire, and he said, I will tell you one more time, for the last time. I will give you this choice one more time, for the last time. You know by now, or perhaps you don't know because you don't remember, that staying here will kill you. But we love having you here. Will you stay and forget, or will you go? And this time, she said, I will go. I can't stay here any longer. And so, she did.
Kiva nods, and there's like understanding in her face that she doesn't want to sort of acknowledge verbally. And she just rests her head on Lillison's shoulder. And she's crying again at this point. Remembering things is, I suppose always better than the alternative. But sometimes I really wish I could forget everything and start over.
If you forget everything, it would be perhaps good for your soul in one way, but it also means that you can't learn from your mistakes, and it might perhaps lead to you getting hurt worse in the future. And I know that this probably doesn't help very much right now, but I don't want you hurt.
I don't want to hurt you, so I'm going to try very hard to stay alive. I haven't forgotten what you've done for me already and the sacrifices you've made. I never will. I never can. I'm very glad to know you, Listen. And through all of this, I count you as one of the best people that I've ever known.
Lillison smiles a little bit. It's a very sad smile.
Thank you. I think perhaps you give me more credit than I deserve, but if I can make you feel at least a little bit safer, then that is a good thing for everybody.
She lifts her head up and she just presses a gentle kiss to Lillison's cheek. And then when her hands are shaking a little less, she re-snaps the armor and sort of covers everything up. And then says, I think I'm going to go talk to Irina. I think I owe her an apology.
I don't think you need to apologize for anything, but I think she could definitely use the company. She seemed rather put out at having to stay in by herself all day. Perhaps you can ask her about those dolls we saw too.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Will you tell the others that I'm okay, that I'm just, I'm staying with her for a while?
Yes, I'll do that.
And, thank you for everything, and, if we can find out, what's wrong with that girl, look, I want you around as long as possible as well, okay?
Don't worry yourself about it. That was just a story.
You might give Amity a run for her money. And with that, Kiva's going to walk over to Irina's room.
All right, you make your way out of the chamber or onto the balcony. Now you can hear the sounds echoing from the tap room below. Irina's door is closed.
She just knocks a few times and then says, it's Kiva.
There's a pause and then quickly, without over much delay, you hear footsteps approaching the door, and it opens. Irina, brightening at the sight of you. Oh, Kiva. Truth be told, I've been going. Come in. Did you want to talk about something?
Yes, I would love to, actually. If you're,
Of course. Yeah, I've been going insane today, just sitting all alone by myself. So please, I really do not mind. Come on, have a seat.
All
She
right.
holds the door open and gestures to the far bed.
Kiva goes to sit down right away, and just says, look, I guess I'll get the sad stuff out of the way first. I remember everything that happened, and I'm very sorry that I didn't listen. I shouldn't have looked. But I just wanted to say that I've been in a situation like this before with someone like him before, and I know what you're going through, and I just wanted you to know that you're not alone. And when it was happening, I was only thinking of you, and maybe I shouldn't have come. She sort of stands up awkwardly.
No, it's fine. I'm glad that. I mean, and she looks down for a moment, her hair covering her face. It feels like waking up from a nightmare, doesn't it? Except it wasn't a nightmare. It was a good dream, and now reality is so much worse. Isn't that right?
Yes. I just wanted. I wanted to be with you. I knew you would know what it was like, and I just I want. Look, I just want to let you know that I think you're incredible, and as long as I can be around, I'll do whatever I can to keep you safe, and to keep him away from you, and to help you through what this is, because it's so hard being wanted by someone like that, and wanting it at the same time, and wanting anything else. And I think you're amazing. And so I don't even know what I'm saying.
No, it's fine. And you see that, there's strain at the side of her eyes. There's a look of sadness there. Her face looks almost tired. Believe me, I'm the last person who's going to blame you for any of this. It feels like there's a fire burning somewhere in your chest, and at the same time, an icy cold that wants to put it out. Like, he took my father from me. Not by his hand, I suppose, but the fear and the despair and the rage that they brought upon my families. No one deserves to go through that. You don't, your friends don't, and I want you to know that I've never met a group of outsiders like any of you. I just appreciate all of you, and I want you to know that, because sometimes it can feel the times when I was alone with him. I felt lonelier than I ever have. I felt out of place. I felt like there was something wrong, and that didn't go away. It hasn't gone away. I'm so sorry that you've had to go through this if you've had something like it before. It's just... You don't have to apologize for anything. It's not wrong to want the fear to end. It's not wrong to want... And she kind of just sighs, her shoulders slumping. I just wish that sometimes it didn't have to be so hard. She exhales slowly.
Why don't I get you some food and then I'll come back and I'll stay here, if that's all right with you.
She offers you a small smile. I think I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course. And Kiva sort of stands up and wraps an arm around her and just sort of rests her forehead against Irina's for a moment and then leaves the room to go get some food.
All right.
Meanwhile, Lillison has gone downstairs and found the others and has sat down at their table.
How is she?
Stabilizing, I think.
That's better than we could expect, I think.
Do you think it would help if I went up and gave her a hug?
Perhaps, but she's talking to Irina now, so maybe in a little bit. How are you feeling, Amity?
I'm less broken up about it than her. I was thinking, I'm scared that he has plans for us, because everything he said to me about maybe wanting to help fix my leg might have been just a lie. But I'm scared he has plans for us, and I'm scared that Kiva or Metreon is going to try to oppose him and fail. And I'm scared I'm going to grow old seeing the same 1% of the world over and over. And I'm scared I'm never going to see my mom again. And while it's a great break from being scared that I'm have an hour left to live, this is exhausting. It's almost everything that I've been feeling for 5 days now, and I just want to talk about something else so that I can feel something else even if it's wrong.
This is the longest 5 days I've ever felt in my life, I think.
I have, if I didn't have y'all to push me along, I would go to my room and sleep until I got hungry enough to make me come down for something. Probably like a week.
I mean, you could do that if you want.
No. And Peep shoots her an unexpectedly intense look. Y'all need me. We all need each other. I don't know if it's what threw us together, but I'm not abandoning y'all.
Amity is trying to hide tears with her tail.
When things are okay and we find somewhere safe and find out what we're doing, then I can take the longest nap that I've ever wanted. But until then, I need you, and you all need me.
Yeah, so let's have a party, or go swimming in that lake to the north. Or...
Oh, I would love that.
Metron gets up, and he breaks away from the table, and he's going to go upstairs to his room.
You know, you're a historian, Earthrendir, right?
Yeah.
I think you might actually have a way to fit in here, because I know a lot of people were saying they didn't know that much about the local history, so maybe you can figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like that. I'd like to know what this place was like before all this. There had to be life here. There had to be more than this. He's going to kind of look up at Metreon and give Lillison a long look. And kind of mouth, should I?
Metreon's left the table at this
Oh
point.
no, he's looking at Lillison.
Lillison seems to have been paying attention to something else completely, and she looks back at Earthrendir with a sort of startled glance. After a moment, she just shrugs.
He sighs. Then kind of stands up, leans down, and gives Amity a hug around the shoulders, and then walks upstairs. He's going to go to Metreon's room, kind of wait a moment, and then quietly knock.
Face off.
No. Look. I know things are fucked. I know we're probably gonna die here. I know you got thrown into meeting a bunch of strangers that you don't trust and that you suddenly need to rely on. And I know that that has been coupled with a whole lot. But, like, I'm not gonna say you need to, like, lean our head on anyone's shoulder, but you're just know that whatever venom I may have thrown at you, wherever you are, that you got somebody in your corner, alright? Solidly. And if you want to keep on doing what you're doing and motoring along, and then do it. I'm no one to judge. But if not, and you need to, like, talk, come find me. And now I will piss off and let you have your time. I'm sorry.
Metreon doesn't say anything. He did not upright. He's upright in bed right now. He's completely clothed, hasn't taken off his clothing or makeup. He's just sipping from his wineskin. Some of the makeup is coming off, though, because he is very quietly crying to himself.
Earthrendir jingles the little bit of coin in his pocket. And with your permission, Dragna, he's going to make a very quick shopping visit.
Sure. Where to? Just very briefly.
Blinkski's. He's buying that Bat mobile.
All right. You make your way over to Blinsky's, and for brevity, we will say that you can purchase the Bat mobile for the cost of 9 copper pieces.
Yep. He'll wrap it in a few old sheets of parchment, kind of scribble Metreon's name on it, and leave it by the door. And then he's going to go back downstairs and rejoin the others. Well, I probably made things worse, but sometimes you gotta.
I'm going to very carefully not ask you what you were doing, even though I'm deathly curious.
I appreciate that. So, you want to plan a swimming expedition, then?
Oh, goodness, no. With
What?
our luck, any bodies of water here will be filled with leeches and piranhas.
What the... Okay, piranhas... No. Leeches... They're not that bad. You just gotta pluck them off before they have a chance to get big. It's really not a big deal.
I thought leeches were good for you.
I mean, no. No, it's generally good to keep your blood in your body.
So, just briefly, is there anything more that you wish to do at the Blue Water Inn or in Vallaki during the rest of the day? By now it's around, probably approaching mid-afternoon.
No for me.
I think we need a break.
Yeah, cut to
probably-
beach episode.
Probably
Beach,
just, maybe nibbling and nibbling on something, sipping on some wine. Lillison is keeping an eye on the door for when Ismark gets back.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Around, Ismark doesn't get back immediately. It's around late afternoon when you hear the taproom door open and you see him stepping back inside, survey the room, and then catch your eyes. With a smile and a nod, he begins making his way over. Afternoon, or I guess it's getting close to evening now. Hopefully you all had a reasonably productive day.
It doesn't really bear speaking of. How was your journey out?
It went well enough. I managed to learn a few things, encounter a few people. It is an interesting settlement, this town. Some interesting characters, I'll say that much. Lots of... I'm not so sure if some of the folk here are crazy, or if there really are such strange rumors in these parts, but... certainly a productive day.
Good. Good. That's good. We bought some things.
Very good. Hopefully helpful things, or things that you think will go to good use.
Something like that. No further unfinding work, but we'll figure that out tomorrow.
Of course. Well, I was planning on going to check in on Irina, probably get some food for the evening and settle in. Otherwise, do you know what you intend to do tomorrow? I know that I'll probably do my best to give Irina a tour of some of the places I found, but...
I think we're gonna hunt down Rictavio if we can't find him tonight. They say he's an outsider. We got a lot of questions for him.
Of course. He seems an interesting character. I cannot say that I have met anyone quite like him before. But hopefully it proves an enjoyable conversation, though he shrugs. Again, colorful man. Very interesting.
Well, we look forward to it. Earthrendeer does not seem inclined to talk more. He's kind of deep in thought and scribbling something on a piece of paper.
Alright, at this point, Ismark turns away from you and begins making his way to the bar, and as he does, you hear a few moments of just the sound of the bar around you. You can see the motion of the other patrons, Danica and Erwin, tending to the bar. You can see up above their two boys, Brahma and Bray, playing together and enjoying the afternoon. And as the gray light outside begins to darken, slowly dimming toward dusk, you hear footsteps from the balcony overhead. Not your balcony, but the one directly over the bar. And as you do, you see emerging from the room at the very end of the hall and making his way down the balcony. Octavio, Lillison, recognizing him immediately. His colorful clothes and bright, almost gleeman's cloak that falls over the back of his shoulders with many colorful patches. You can see a small, a long cane that he's carrying in one hand, swinging jauntily as he whistles his way, making his way down across the balcony. He almost steps over the two boys who were giggling in front of him, and you hear him say, "Would excuse me, boys, I must be past you, if you don't mind." They duck out of the way, and he swoops his way past them, leading to trot his way down the stairs. As you see, he makes his way down around the lower banister and begins making his way toward the bar, where you see Danica tending the counter.
Lillison will half stand and, a giant smile lighting her face. She's going to wave to try to catch his attention.
He appears to be fairly fixated on the counter. You see him speaking with Danica, but she gives a nod and moves back, vanishing into the kitchen. He turns, leaning against the counter, scanning the room, and he notices you eyeing him and gives you a small wave with a flourish of his hand.
Amity, that's him.
Amity looks up. Oh! She waves a hand in the air excitedly. Rictavio!
He glances back at the counter, shrugs, and begins swooping his way across the floor with almost an extravagant flourish with each step that he takes. You see his cape fluttering behind him. Well, hello, my dears. I dare say I've met you the other day, haven't I? A familiar face, a few unfamiliar ones, but well met all the same.
Yes,
Nice
these
to meet
are
you.
my traveling companions. This one is Amity. Erthrindir.
Erthrindir just looks up his outfit with a look of mild incredulity on his face and sticks out his hand. Charmed, I'm sure.
But of course, and Rictavio takes her hand and shakes it tightly, before turning back and giving his cane a small twirl. Well, I must say it's not every day that I get to meet such dedicated fans, but of course it is. I jest. Tell me, what can the great Rictavio do for you, my dears?
Well, I heard you are a storyteller like me, and that you came from outside here.
Oh, indeed, it is marvelous, the stories that walls and woods tell. You can find them everywhere, under every stone, under every creek, and every bubbling brook. Why, I've picked up quite a few tales myself in my travels. One would hope that a carnivalman such as myself might be musically inclined, but I assure you, my skill with words is my true artistic genius.
We have got to share stories. I have so many. But wait, first, before we do that, bear. No, wait, lion.
He raises an eyebrow. Pardon?
I saw that you had a wagon on the other side of town.
Ah, yes, Octavio's Carnival of Wonders, and a wondrous carnival it shall be. I'm just putting the finishing touches on my act, and I can assure you it will be the talk of the town, even more so than oneself already is, of course. I'm sure that you enjoyed the wonderful craftsmanship of this endeavor.
Well, yes. I mean, it looked a bit creepy with the was that blood on it?
Oh, occupational hazards, my dear. One mustn't worry about it. There are always small incidents in my trade, but we do our best to move past it. Well, ask me about my scars sometime. I shan't show them, but I have quite a number of stories about how I got them.
Can I tell whether he's saying that, like, a human was mauled there? Or...
Make an insight check.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Erthrindir would also like to know if he's full of shit.
Go for it.
I swear I'm clicking insight.
It'd be like that sometime.
All right. I don't know. The interface is maybe frozen for me. So if someone
All
else
good.
could just
Just
roll
roll.
a d20, it's just a +0.
I got you. Okay, that's a 17 for you. And a 13
Alright.
for me.
Erthrindir, you can see that his voice appears to be a bit too extravagant, a bit more flourishing and flamboyant than he appears to be straining a bit at the sound. And Amity, you noticed that as soon as you mentioned the word lion and the wagon, you noticed that there was kind of a calculated sharpness to his eyes, as though he were quickly evaluating you, weighing you in the back of his head.
But no indication as to whether humans have been mauled. That's fair.
You don't notice any quaver in his voice when he says that, no.
So, you have a performing partner that's a lion?
Oh, well, one can't reveal all of our trade secrets, and he kind of puts a hand on your shoulder and gives it a pat. But I assure you that when my act is complete, it will be marvelous for all to see.
Honored, Rictavio.
Why, yes, my dear.
Lillison does not look amused at all. There is one secret that we would beg you that you would share, if you could be so kind.
But of course. Anything for my fans. What can I do for you, my dear?
Lillison leans in. How do we get out of here?
He blinks. Get out of here? Why ever would you want to do such? There are so many new acts that might be hiding around every corner. It's an intriguing land, wouldn't you say? I've never seen anything quite like it.
Accurate.
Lillison sits back and looks at the other two with a slight hint of disappointment on her face.
All right.
After like a year or two?
Yeah, does seem like there would be a point where you would say, want to go home. Or take your act somewhere else, a city with a bit more panache.
Pardon me, I'm sorry, I seem to have missed the conversation. Is there something you're implying? I seem to... Forgive me, I might have missed something. I can be so scatterbrained sometimes.
Sir, and he's keeping his voice as low as he can, you got into Barovia. I don't know how, but I presume that means you have a plan to get out. And if you don't, then, well, you might be able to tell us more about how you got in here in the first place, because we don't know. Now, if you don't want to talk about that in public, perfectly acceptable. But, you know, we're both from not around here. And whatever you may have in mind, any help you could give us would be tremendously helpful.
Blinks. My dear friend, I myself spin a good yarn, but I am afraid that I am at lost in your words. Again, I came here upon my carnival wagon, making my way down the road as one does, in search of new acts for my carnival, and here I certainly seem to have found them. But I fear the tone of your voice seems to imply that there's something I'm missing.
Erthrindir puts his face in his hands.
Lillison would like to see if, he is genuinely unaware, or whether he is just being obtuse.
A insight check for me.
That is an 11.
There's you notice his eyes dart back and forth for a moment as though he's evaluating how his words are landing. There definitely seems to be something more to what he's saying. You get the sense that, the confusion in his voice feels somewhat strained.
Is this, perhaps a bad time, then?
He glances back at the counter, and there you see Danica hold up a hand and wave. You see a small wrapped parcel waiting on the counter. I'm afraid it might perhaps be. I do have an errand that I needed to run. But I'm sure that I shall see you all again, and perhaps we can resolve this intriguing yet somewhat confusing conversation. Forgive me. And he bows, and with a flourish of his cape, turns to go back toward the counter.
As he does, Erthrindir scribbles something quick on a piece of parchment. The room number that they're staying in, and kind of standing up, acting like he's going up to get more wine. He's going to try and unobtrusively slip that into his pocket.
Into Rictavio's pocket?
Yep.
Alright, what are you writing on the parchment?
The room number that they're staying in.
Alright. Make a sleight of hand check.
Gotcha. Come on, dice. I trust you. 12.
He gives no indication that he has noticed.
All right. He'll take it. Erthrindir will order a glass of wine at the bar and then head back to the group. That fucker's not a bard. Or if he is, he's either a very good or a very bad one. It's hard to tell.
Nice.
What do you mean?
I listened to him going on about like his fans and about how, oh ho ho, look at me, I'm the jovial carnival master. It's just like, it's like a parody of how those people talk. It's, I mean, you know, he might genuinely be that up his own behind, but something's off.
I suppose the two of you would know.
I mean,
I thought it was some kind of stage persona. But if that's actually what he's like, then it is a little bit weird.
Well, I mean, he's not. The only people he's performing for are us, who have already told him we can drop it. But look, I don't know, but there's something more than whatever he's putting up. Don't know what it is.
I'm going to find out where he's going.
Not going to help. Would you like an invisibility spell?
I would love nothing more.
All right. Tell me where you want to. Tell me when you want. Tell me when you want to go.
Actually, let's go out for a little stroll, why don't we?
Gladly. Chow, you want to come with, Amity?
Sure.
Alrighty. Yeah. As they're walking, Erthrindir is going to kind of mime to Lillison to kind of pick a location where she wants to just tell him when she wants to slip away so he can cast.
She's going to walk along with the two of them, then, sort of very deliberately say, I'm just going to take the air for a little longer now. 5 minutes.
Understood. And I'm sorry, I'm a bit scatterbrained. Where are we at the moment?
Probably like right outside the inn.
Okay. If there's nobody in view, and if Erthrindir can kind of shield her from, he's going to pull out his wand and quietly get to work and make her invisible.
And we will also give her a die of... Oh.
Alright, you watch as the thin mist climbs up around Lillison, and if you'd like, Amity, you can give her a die of whatever you were going to do.
Well, I was going to say Bardic Inspiration, but it could be anything.
I mean...
you get to reroll one saving throw of your choice and make it a nat 20.
Yeah, naturally.
And also guidance.
A die of automatic level up.
Oh, I wish.
in case you do anything in the next 1 minute, you can have a guidance.
Okay.
All right. So listen.
Thank you.
As you watch, you can see the tap room door opening, and you see Rictavio stepping out, carrying a small bundled handkerchief in one hand. He passes out, giving Erthrandir and Amity a respectful nod, and rounds his way around to the other side of the tavern, vanishing out of sight.
Wilson is going to follow very stealthily at somewhat of a distance.
All right. Give me a stealth check.
All right. Stealth. That is a 20 on the stealth.
And you have advantage, I believe.
That is a 24 on the stealth.
That!
Gorgeous, gorgeous, love it.
Oh, it's beautiful.
All right. You make your way around. Are Erthrandir and Amity doing anything, or are they going back inside?
Erthrandir is doing his best to look casual and failing miserably.
Amity's also looking casual, but much cooler.
All right. Lillison, leaving Erthrandir and Amity behind, you follow Rictavio around the edge of the inn, creeping silently through the dusk that is soon turning to night. You watch as he makes his way forward toward the opposite side of the structure. You can see that he moves toward past a shed, to a place where you can see sliding wooden doors on the west wall. He makes his way, passing by the wooden doors and entering through a door to the south. Passing inside and glancing back for a moment before moving to shut the door behind him. Are you looking to follow?
Yes. Lillison will try to dart through before the door closes.
All right. Make a dexterity check for me. Actually, just acrobatics, I imagine.
Ooh, that is an 8. I would like to use guidance if possible.
I will allow it.
Total of 12.
12. Unfortunately, you did say you were keeping a distance, right?
Yes.
All right. Unfortunately, the door slams shut just as you're about to duck forward. And because of that 12, you don't slam into the door, but you do stop short, finding yourself just against a closed doorway.
Okay. Does it seem like whatever is beyond this doorway would be like large and spacious, or?
Looking inside for a moment, you saw what seemed to be a number of stalls, straw along the ground. It seems to be a stable of sorts, perhaps.
Okay. Lillison will try to see if she can just ease the door open.
All right, make another stealth check for me.
Do I get advantage on this as well?
You do not.
Okay. How about guidance?
No. But
Okay.
I think you have that bardic inspiration.
I do have that bardic inspiration. Alright, that's a total of 15.
Okay, so moving forward, you begin creaking open the doorway. And as you do, you can hear the sound of something crunching from beyond. You hear a soft whinny, the sound of a horse. And as you push open a little further, you hear the door creak ever so softly. And immediately the straw crunches, and you see Rictavio stepping forth from the front of one of the stalls and peering down the empty door. He frowns, his brow furrowing, as he glances through the opening.
Lillison will try to just not breathe.
Is someone there? His eyes glance over the area for a moment. There's a few uncomfortable seconds, and then he shrugs and goes to resume feeding his horse. You can now see faintly inside, from your current position, you can see he appears to be holding up an apple to a gray dappled mare that appears to be eating an apple out of his hand. He pats it on the top of the snout, just kind of running his fingers through the mane for a moment. And then pulls the last apple away, lets it drop to the ground, and turns back toward the door. Still frowning, and slowly makes his way out of the stable.
Definitely gonna, duck aside before he walks into me.
Of course.
Sort of rolling her eyes, hoping that this isn't all that he was sneaking away to do.
You watch as he steps past you, given the size of your frame, you're able to easily make enough room. He exits out into the courtyard of the inn once more, but instead of going into the tavern, he makes his way out to the Vallakian streets, now dark as night begins to cloak its way across the town. The streets are beginning to clear, though as you make your way following him, you can see him pass a pair of young men who are staggering through, laughing and drunkenly shouting at the occasional passers-by. Do you continue following Rictavio?
Yes, I do.
All right. You watch as he continues on forward, following him from a distance, and at a certain point he takes a quick turn into an alleyway, just humming. You hear him humming quietly to himself, and as he steps to the side and vanishes, breaking the vision for a moment. You, following him through the alleyway, see him begin to quietly make his way through the dark street. Making his way toward the avenue where you previously stepped. Following his way around the bending road and pausing for a moment. And as he glances up at the storefront, you recognize it as the shop of Linsky Toys, the familiar store that you visited before. He frowns and shakes his head, shrugging as he peers over the darkened windows, and continues his way, ambling and occasionally flourishing his cane as he makes his way through the street north. He continues forward and making his way through the streets. Slowly makes his way down another side street, veering off toward another alley. This time you actually see him darting back quickly to look as if anyone is following him as he slides out of sight. You're able to hurry forward briefly, doing your best to keep up. He's moving a little bit faster now, seeming to try to avoid excess attention. With that, he follows his way through one of the winding alleys, slowly passing through side street after side street, until he comes upon another familiar location. You recognize Arasek Stockyard as he passes through the front open gates, slowly making his way toward the wagon at the southern end of the stockyard. You can see the wagon violently thrash once more, and he holds up a hand. Slowly he begins making his way into the front seat and crawling onto the top. You see him open a small latch on a trapdoor at the top and hanging it open with a squeak. You hear a soft growl echoing from the interior, and as he moves to unwrap the handkerchief at his side, he slowly pulls out a large raw steak, which he drops into the center of the window at the top of the wagon. You instantly hear snarling and growling in delight as you hear the sound of something devouring the steak that was dropped inside, of the meat being torn and chewed and slashed. With a nod to himself, Rictavio covers the top of the wagon again, slipping down into the front wagon seat. And after glancing around for a moment again, begins making his way toward the exit of the stockyard.
Lillison purses her lips, stands aside while he passes, and creeps a little bit closer towards the wagon.
All right. Are you following Rictavio as he exits, or are you staying in the stockyard?
Staying in the stockyard for just one more minute. Was that noise coming from the wagon anything that she had heard before?
Were you present when Amity was there earlier?
I think Wilson was inside with the Arisex.
In that case, if you were with Erthrendir and Kiva at the time, then you would not have heard it. You just hear you have not heard this snarl. It sounds like the snarl and growl of a large animal, perhaps a cat of some kind. Whatever it is, it's inhuman and bestial.
Lillison shrugs invisibly, lets out a small sigh, and hurries to try to catch up with Rictavio.
All right. Catching up is easy enough, and from there he simply proceeds back into the Blue Water Inn, entering the tap room, then vanishing from your sight.
Lillison will stand outside for a while until the invisibility wears off, very frustrated.
Erthrendir's presumably still standing there. You could also just ask him to drop the concentration.
No, I think she needs some time to work this through.
By all means.
All right. With that, the rest of you, if you're in the tap room, see Rictavio enter, and he gives a respectful nod to Danica, and you hear a few cries of, "You going to give us another story today, Carnival Man?" And he shakes his head. "Not today, my friends. I'm afraid I'm a bit tired. I must continue my work on my acts and my show. Excuse me." And he begins making his way up the steps toward the upper balcony. Makes his way up around the corner. You hear the sound of the key in the door, and he vanishes out of sight into the chamber.
Erthrendir gives him a long, distrustful look as he goes, and then shrugs. Well, if he doesn't want to play ball, he doesn't want to play ball. We'll see what happens, and hope Lillison found something decent.
Lillison, standing like 5 feet away, just doesn't.
Alright. Yeah. Erthrendir's probably going to head up to bed after this.
Alright. Anyone else looking to do anything this evening, or are you heading to bed as well?
Yes. At some point during the early evening, actually, while everyone was still gathered in the mess hall, or the tavern area, Metreon would have liked to have snuck out. He remembered, I think he also saw too, but he definitely remembered Lillison mentioning a church.
Okay.
So he's going to go and try to find it.
Would he have seen the wrapped up present, like, sitting outside the door for him?
He would have. He looks down, looks a bit perplexed, but he kind of just scoots it into his bag for later inspection.
All right. I'd say that, asking, if you'd like to ask Danica, or just kind of going off of the general sense of where things are.
He's gonna go more for general sense. He doesn't want to mess with anybody right now or be seen.
Gotcha. I'll presume that you've gained sufficient information to know where this church is by this point. You make your way off to the western side of town, and before long, you can see the slouching old stone church standing there, the iron fence enclosing the gravestones, and the cracked stained glass windows depicting the saints upon their visages. You can see a few people beginning to make their way inside. You can hear a man's voice echoing from the chapel and sanctuary beyond the doors.
Metreon's going to carefully slip inside if there's activity going on, if there's like a sermon. But he's gonna stay in like the back area, the back, like at the last pew closest to the door, and just sit and watch.
All right. You can see that there does appear to be a man with thinning, graying white hair standing at the altar, looking out over the pews of the chapel. You can see that he wears priestly vestments, the carved wooden symbol of a sun hanging around his neck, holding his hands up with a tired smile. Fear not, my friends, for a new morning is always coming. For the light of the morning, Lord, shall never depart fully, so long as we hold on to that light in our hearts. No matter how dark the night may seem, there is always a new dawn awaiting on the other side. You can see a number of villagers and children sitting in the pews, the townsfolk listening to the sermon, some of them with dark, haunted eyes, others smiling somewhat at the sound of the priest's words. You can see an older woman sitting off by her side in the rear pew, watching with a faraway look in her face. You can see quiet tears falling down her eyes onto her cheeks. And the sermon just continues, the souls quietly huddling together as the priest continues his sermon.
Yeah, he acknowledges, or at least observes the woman crying to herself, and feels a bit of that coming on, but he stiffens himself up, he sucks the snot back in his nostrils, the tears back in his eyes, and it's just going to be taking in the words, especially keen on hearing about this morning Lord and his light.
All right. The sermon goes on for another hour or two, the priest doing his best to go through different prayers and occasionally doing his best to sing an off-key hymn while the folks in the pews follow along, some exiting the church, new ones arriving on occasion. You see a small boy, an altar boy, wearing slightly aged vestments matching the priest's, doing his best to keep candles lit when they go out, or otherwise attending to the priest with any tasks that come up. But after a time, as midnight approaches, the pews begin to empty out and folks begin to make their way out into the street, the priest greeting each one in turn and quietly offering some words. Though you don't make out the context, they seem to be intended with some measure of comfort. And before long, there are only a few straggled souls remaining in the chapel.
Metron is one of them. He's looking down and for a moment has his head in his hands before looking up and seeing this priest, I guess, walk back in.
You overhear him speaking with a congregate. Never fear, my dear. The Morning Lord is always watching, and Saint Andrew will always protect us, no matter how dark things get. You are always safe under his watchful eye. Fear not. Just remember that if you offer your prayers to the Morning Lord as his saints, he and Saint Andrew and all the others that serve him will always hear your prayers, my dear. The woman nods, kind of a dim, quiet look behind her eyes, and she bobs her head and slowly makes her way toward the exit.
Metron is hesitant, but seeing the father, the priest, alone, will start to get up and walk towards the door, past him. It was a stirring sermon.
The man blinks and then looks you over. Well, thank you, my son. I can't say I've seen you around before, so I'm certainly glad that you seem to have found some comfort in the dear sanctuary of St. Andrew's Church. I'm most glad to hear that my prayers have brought some solace to you. I must confess we don't get many wandering souls in our chapel, but you are welcome, my son, to whatever comfort or relief your sharing of faith might bring. Are you new to the worship of the Morning Lord?
I'm new to this land in general. I've heard of the Morning Lord, though. Coming here, there was small church, much more modest than yours, that seemed to work for or be in worship of the Morning Lord.
Ah, yes, I've heard of our sister church to the east. But tell me, is there anything that I can do for you? Any questions that I can answer? Or, oh, forgive me. I am Father Lucian Petrovich. It's a pleasure to meet you, my son. Might I ask your name as well, if you're coming to join our...
Metrion.
Metrion. A pleasure. You are welcome to our congregation.
Yes. The people here, some seem more spirited than others. I myself am not feeling in the best of spirits these days. I fear that I'm trapped. I feel like I'm paying for something that I did. Things that I've done. I've heard amongst repentance and sinners that this is a feeling that is common among those who repent and find religion.
He slowly softens. My son, you would not be aware, you would not be alone in your fears. That there's a common belief amongst our folk that that there are many sins of our ancestors that we must answer for. But perhaps if there's one thing that I can offer, just from an old priest, that there is always light where we seek it, that there is always something around the corner that we can look to. Do you understand?
I fear I've seen around the corner. I've seen ghosts and demons. I've even said the devil. I've even seen the devil himself, apparently.
My goodness, well, my son, I assure you that whatever horrors you might have feared will pose no harm to you while you are within these walls. The spirit of St. Angel watches over all of us. This is a holy place, and I assure you, my son, the Morning Lord and his saints will watch over you.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll be back.
But of course, it would be a pleasure to see you again. Metrion, was it?
Yes, Father.
Wonderful.
And with that, Metrion pulls his hood up and takes his leave.
All right. Metrion making his way back to the tavern, and the lot of you, Aerthunder first, slowly making his way up to the rooms. Is that all that you would like to do for this evening?
Yes.
All right, is everyone heading upstairs to their rooms as well?
Yeah. Aerthunder is going right to sleep.
All right, same with Amity, Kiva, and Lillison?
Yeah, Kiva's been upstairs all this time, so yeah.
Yeah.
All right. With that, you turn in for the night, the quiet din of the tavern below slowly fading as your consciousnesses give way to softness, then slumber. The night slowly coming up around you as the drizzle outside stops and only the chill wind that sweeps outside of your windows continues to echo through the streets. You can see the flickering candlelight slowly dim as light extinguishes, and the night comes over you like a cloak, encircling you and enshrouding you in silence and sleep. Rest coming. But Amity, you find yourself in a different place. And as your eyes close and your head hits the pillow, and as you feel your consciousness slipping and falling, you find yourself someplace anew. You exhale, and your breath is cold, forming a small cloud of mist in the air in front of you. It's a quiet night, and around you can see a few scattered trees, old and gnarled, black bark standing and shining dark under the moonlight above. It's a full moon, and you can see that a soft sheen of mist clings to the ground. Around you, you can see a number of bits of brush and stacked bits of hay. You can see a few distant houses of similar construction, you think, to some of the ones you've seen in Vallaki, but it's odd. They're spaced out. Not like a town, but like individual compartments of a small village or perhaps a farm. You can see a single townhouse rising above the others, its shutters darkened and a faint light flickering in one window. But before you, you can see a smaller structure. An old hen house. Aged bits of wood, lacquered and faded with age. The old planks cracked and splintered in places from the weight of years. At one point it was painted and beautiful, but you can see that it has given way to faded bits of gold paint, just flecked and stained with age, and below them symbols of sunbursts, once beautiful, now nicked and cracked. From within the henhouse, you can hear, instead of the clucks of chickens, you hear a soft cacophony of squeaks and soft chittering, not insectile, but rodent-like. Soft and quiet. The mice sounds echoing through the night quietly. Then you realize something as you hear the sounds of the soft squeaks from inside. The door is open. Something comes to mind, a memory of a story, of a fable. And as you're pulling it up in your memory, dredging it off, the light suddenly dims. And as you look overhead, you can see that the moon is suddenly blotted out by a dark cloud that covers the space. The dark cloud flexes and then splits. And as you watch, you can see it expanding into a swarm of many tiny, dark forms that slowly begin to expand into dozens, then hundreds of small, flapping, leathery wings. A cloud of bats that screeches and shrieks that begins to dive down, filling the air. You step back for a moment, your eyes wide, and they flood through the door into the open henhouse. There are shrieks and shrill cries echoing of pain and panic as you watch smoke beginning to pour out from the henhouse through the door. As you watch, pouring forth in panic and fear, dozens and dozens of gray and white mice flooding out from the interior of the henhouse in fear and panic. And still more bats swooping down from the top of the clouds, piercing through the darkness, biting and spearing the rodents with their teeth before flying up, the terrified mice wriggling and screaming, crying out in fear as their blood drips. You see crimson blood pooling on the ground as more mice are scooped up, others pinned to the ground and drained as each bat takes its fill. You watch as bodies begin to litter the floor as the smoke pouring from the henhouse intensifies into a crackling as embers spill in a whirling wisp of wind. You watch as flames begin to crackle, roaring and growing as they begin to engulf the henhouse and the roof. And you feel another shadow cross and a chill goes down your spine. A great, dark shadow swelling overhead. Great leathery wings spread across the sky. There's a great, terrible rumble through the air. And then its wings flex and it plunges, piercing through the air, screaming. The mice are screaming, your head is hurting. Everything is pain and blood and fire. And you awaken, panting, heaving, sweating, your mind spinning and swirling and hurting. And that is where we'll end it for tonight.
Oh.
All right, so thank you all for joining us this week.
Still reeling from that dream. Everything's fine.
And we're
This is
level
fine.
4 now?
I think we're 5 actually.
6.
Level 20.
Keep negotiating all you like. Every time you do, I'll cut you down to level 2.
No!
Oh, then we have to go back to Death House.
I'm gonna take -1 level in Rogue.
There you go. Vampires used to do that. Vampires used to drain levels, so you know what?
I know,
being
it's
true to form.
amazing.
Yeah, we can go
Alright.
for the legacy experience.
True. All right. Well, thank you to everyone for joining us today. I hope you all enjoyed. We hope you had a good time. Again, we will. If you want to check it out, there is the subreddit r/twicebit in D&D. Otherwise, we hope to see you next week, and we will see you all back in the mists next Saturday. Until then, remember that all will be well, and take care.